Good morning. Hope everybody's having a great day. Having a little bit of a rainy day here in the northeast part of Alabama. We're going to be continuing here on day 2 of the ACC Media Day. Coach Saban will be up first. He's coming up here in just a few minutes. And we're going to have Coach Lee from Vandy and Coach Leach, of course, the old pirate ship running guy here from Mississippi State. And then last, Coach Beamer. Looks like Will Anderson, Battle, and Bryce are going to be along with Coach Saban, and you can catch some of those interviews if you're watching on ESPN on SEC Network. You can go SEC Network Plus, and don't forget that Training Company. Go over on YouTube, check those guys out, and also Late Kick Josh is over there too. So we got plenty to do. Let's go ahead and get in here and see what's going on this morning.
Generation of Alabama quarterback. He not only delivered but exceeded. I thought he did it a little bit short-handed. We're around the offensive line.
Don't even start that conversation if Alabama could have won the title had they actually been healthy at wide receiver. That will trigger everybody.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
that
there were pieces that he had to personally compensate for that other Alabama quarterbacks haven't had the same challenge.
Billingsley not being the guy that they thought he was going to be.
Yeah. But I'm excited. I had a chance to talk to him at Alabama's Pro Day. Just could not be more impressed with the kind of person that he is, and so excited to catch up with him later today.
It was interesting because we were kind of in the little lobby here, and whenever Alabama players got here yesterday, he walks off the little bus, and we're like, there's a Heisman Trophy winner. And all eyes weren't even on him.
Yeah.
It was Will Anderson right behind him, who, by the way, is a cyborg. I'm convinced he's not a human being. And you look at a guy that you're just like, this is out of control. And that very well may be the first offensive.
I don't remember a season where the best two players in college football, the best offensive and best defensive players are on the same team. I mean, it's a cool dynamic for Alabama fans to have. Can they get some of those pieces plugged in to compensate for the losses at wide receiver to upgrade the offensive line? But we know the defense is going to be lights out. I'm interested to see if they become a little more conservative, maybe trying to play to the strength of that team on the defensive side of the ball this year.
Real quick, if we can bring it up there, the Alabama schedule, because so much obviously has been made. They will be picked to win the West, right? I think A&M, maybe an A&M beat fighter, might take A&M as a flyer, maybe somebody as a flyer. But let's be honest with you, the Tide is what is going to be the pick over here on the SEC West. Your thoughts when you start looking at this schedule, and obviously you talked about how big Week 2 is.
I think that's a game that nationally we're looking forward to. I don't know if Texas is there yet, but should be fun to see Alabama travel to Austin, something that's going to happen a lot more when Texas and Oklahoma join the conference.
That month of October is the season really for them, right?
The upgrade from Tennessee, can Tennessee finally break that streak? They were close last year for about 3.5 quarters before letting the game get away from them. I think that's one that the Vols are excited for this season, especially having Alabama come to Knoxville. LSU and Alabama is always a war. Brian Kelly getting indoctrinated into that rivalry will be fun to see. But I just think this is one of the more difficult Alabama schedules that I can remember in past years.
Well, I think mostly of that is because when you look at the SEC West, about how it feels like everybody is on that kind of record. As you're seeing everybody starting to all.
It's still attracting, isn't it? You see a guy with a yellow hammer behind, it's just in my vision right now. Like, what is it, Alabama Honcho? What's it there?
I have no idea, but you can tell the chaos of when Nick Saban gets here, and he's right there, signing a couple of autographs over on there. But that is interesting, right? And I guess obviously it'll change when Kirby Smart. By the way, the national champion coach Kirby Smart is getting here tomorrow. But the fact that man behind it still runs this conference as far as what a lot of people think when it comes really to sport of college football.
Yeah, I think the thing that I look at is having an opportunity to witness greatness in the moment. How many times do we look back at athletes or coaches and talk about what they were? Well, we're getting a chance to see it all play out. And to see it play out over a long period of time, the consistency with which this program has been dominant is unparalleled. And, obviously, Alabama fell to Georgia last year in the national championship game, but where's that balance of power between Alabama and Georgia now? Was that a blip on the radar? Is Alabama able to gain back the the superiority in this league, or has Georgia maybe taken a little bit of that permanently?
It is fascinating because I do feel like that's that power struggle coming up in this season, right? It is Alabama, it is Kirby Smart with the Georgia Bulldogs.
Two former Saban assistants knocking off the former mentor in the same season.
Right? We always run those numbers about how hard it was to beat. It's gotten to the point where it's championship or bust pretty much every single season for Nick Saban, right? Do you think with all the ancillary things that's going on, name, image, and likeness, pay for play, conference realignment, do you think that bothers him or energizes?
I think it energizes him a little bit. I think there's things that he doesn't necessarily like, and I think that he cares about the game of college football, but I think at the same time, he gets reinvigorated by having to meet challenges, to evolve, to do things a little bit differently. And so I think in that way, it's kept his interest a little bit more. I'm looking at what Alabama has meant to this conference. I believe he takes pride in the fact that there are other competitive teams. I know he wants to win. I know he wants to go undefeated. But Greg McElroy talked earlier in the show about what parity means to the NFL. I think we're seeing a little bit more parity in this conference now. I think it's something that too motivates and invigorates Coach Saban.
You think he addresses the Jimbo Fisher thing, or you think that is
somebody will address it without being prompted by it? But I think somebody inevitably ask him about it.
Do you think you could beat that guy right there in a 100-yard dash? This one,
If I don't, I'm gonna shut it down.
Could the hammer guy? Do you think he could actually hit a home run? You said that you could hit a home run in batting practice, right? You said you could hit 5. You think that's still truly the case? Let me see the hammer right here. This is a real. Oh man, feel this thing right there.
That's a heavy hammer.
That is a heavy hammer. God bless this normal.
That's a Bryant Denny Stadium approved hammer.
It surely is.
You can't just take a regular hammer into the stadium.
No,
not nowadays.
As long as it's in a clear bag, going Peter and ESPN.
Okay. Now we got our first commercial break there. Let's see what we got going on. Oh, we got some news I'd like to share with you guys tonight. Let's see, tonight. Feels like tonight. It's again, thank you guys for stopping by here. Primetime Sports Network here, YouTube, The Matt and Todd Show, and in affiliation with, of course, Primetime Sports Network. You can find us over on Twitter at Big Matt 1977. I'm Primetime_SEC. Jacob Davis has put together a crew over there. Go over there and follow all of us, man. Go there and find the crew. We got somebody involved with all your SEC teams to get you keep up with all the coverage, news, and recruiting and TV deals, and Lord knows what all we got. I'm going to talk about some recruiting here in just a little bit. The new top list came out yesterday from 24/7. So we'll go through that in a little bit. And already up front, I can tell you I don't agree with all of it, which, when you put out a list, you can expect people not to agree with it, especially from people that, also do this too. So if you're offended by somebody disagreeing with your list, then don't put out a list, because that's just insane. And I know it's the world we live in some of the soft society on a different side of people, how they have different opinions. Dude, when I put out a QB ranking list, these people come on there and said my number 8 should have been number 5 or 4. That's great. Make your case for it, and we'll talk about it. I enjoy the debate. Obviously, people that do this for a living on a higher grade than me don't enjoy the debate. Here's the list. This is what it is. Agree or don't say a word. That's not how it works. So if you don't want people to comment on your list, then either turn off the comments or just don't put out a list, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if you're just that soft and you're that offended, you may ought to find something else to do for a living. I mean, maybe this is just not for you. You can be very intelligent, know the game of football or basketball, baseball, whatever, very well. Be very highly intelligent about that subject. But there's going to be people disagree, and that's just part of it. Nobody's mad. I think maybe some people get mad. I don't know. It's just what we do for fun. It's fun. So anyway, we're going to talk about that list here in a little bit. The number one, Art still remained at number 1, and that's disagreed by a lot of people. And we'll talk about that in a little bit as we go through the day. More news that we run across last night was for about 30 years now, well, longer than 30 years, really, Notre Dame NBC has, they've been together like you put mayonnaise on your tomato sandwich. I am from Alabama, so that's the scenario I'm using. So for the future of the Irish and the Independents might depend on their agreement between these two sides here. Now, according to Dennis Dodd of CBS Sports, reporting that Notre Dame is seeking at least $75 million in its next media rights deal. Now, with its longtime broadcast partner being NBC, Notre Dame will currently, right now, they're doing $22 million every year, that's the deal with what they've got going on now, but that's going to expire in 25. So, the reportedly to say the NBC would agree to such an arrangement would be if it also took a broadcast of a Power 5 conference with it. So with SEC's future firmly implanted with the ESPN, the Big Ten about to announce a lucrative deal with Fox, and the Big 12 has emerged as likely frontrunner for this NBC deal. So the Big 12 current media deal also has expiration date of 2025. So and to conclude here, we'll get back here. Coach Saban will be up here in a minute. Notre Dame ends up remaining independent or not. That's the coin that we're going to toss up in the air. And we're going to be at a time with college football to find out. The last thing that the Irish wants to be is left out. And we all know that that's not going to happen. And they've got more money than anybody you could ever imagine. So I don't see how that could ever happen. So anyway, let's get back to it. Coach Saban has come in here, got his bottle of core water. That's a good choice, Coach Saban. I like the core water. Honestly, I know water's water. Most people's going to say it's all water. They run it out of spring and they filter it, and I got y'all boy paying for that water and you crazy. Okay, I know. I was raised in North Alabama. I get it. But it does taste different. I promise you, man, that core water, it just tastes better. Some guys like the Fiji. That's fine too. Everybody's entitled to their own. And nobody's mad. And we can make a list. If somebody said something about it, if you get offended by it, geez, man. Let's get on over here and see what's going on. We got Fine Bam. We got Timmy Tebow.
I don't know if you guys can hear this at home. It is raining like crazy in
Ron
here.
Harper.
Paul, you noticed something
right.
when Nick Saban walked in.
Just moments before Saban walked in, there was a lightning strike, thunder rolling, and a heavy rain. I feel like I'm in the middle of a Garth Brooks song. There was such anticipation.
It's a mess. Atlanta, it's a mess here today, too.
But as you see, Saban may have to wait for this rain to stop. Only, you think, I'm asking you, I don't know if Frank Hopkins is some godlike person, but will the Red Sea part before Saban gets up?
The Crimson Tide.
I don't know what the rain has to do with Saban being able to go and talk, but Paul's being funny, and I'm just talking about it here.
As we said, when you're moments away from him heading to the podium, wonder what he may be asked about today. We'll find out. He also joins us at our set, so stay tuned for that. Vanderbilt's Clark Lee has the task of following Saban up at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. And then at 1 p.m., you never know what you might hear when Real State's Mike Leach is at the podium. We will, of course, have all that for you, as well as Shane Beamer coming your way at 2:25 p.m. Eastern. Once again, it's all right here on the SEC Network. We got about 20 seconds, so I'm not letting any of you guys talk until Commissioner Sankey introduces Nick Saban. Sorry, isn't that so annoying? I won't let you talk. I'm going to just keep talking until it's time to send it over there. We'll find out what Coach Saban is asked about. I bet Jimbo Fisher will be part of the conversation, as well as much more. Let's send it over to Greg Sankey.
Oh, Mr. Sankey.
If you want a note of Southeastern Conference history in Atlanta, we were in the Georgia Dome, and it sounded much like this during a storm. And if it does sound like a freight train anytime soon, you ought to find a safe space. The meteorologists tell us we're okay today. That was a long time ago in 2008. Our first coach this morning is Nick Saban, who has led his teams over his career to 7 national championships. He has earned 8 national Coach of the Year awards and 10 SEC championships. He and his wife Terry have made a $1.25 million contribution to the soon-to-be open Saban Center in the city of Tuscaloosa that will offer science, technology, engineering, and math programs to young people from that community, along with theater and outdoor recreation activities. Indication of how we across the conference can impact the lives of those around us beyond just the game of football. University of Alabama head football coach Nick Saban.
A dark blue jacket, white button shirt, and a red tie. He didn't go for the lane keeping look, the no tie, undone collar.
Good morning. It's great to be here. I hope everyone's had a eventful, good summer. This SEC Media Day thing is, one of my favorite events of the year because it sort of signifies the beginning of a kickoff of another, football season. Lots of people love vacation. I'm the leader of an organization, but I'm not the leader when I'm on vacation. So
178-25 record.
Take the garbage out, run the sweeper, pledge the refrigerator. It's always, after a certain period of time, refreshing to be able to go back.
5 on offense and 7 on defense coming back.
The leader of an organization. So this is my 21st season in the SEC. A lot of great memories, a lot of relationships that have been built in memories that are going to be cherished for a long, long time. Even though you have great family time and look forward, coming off vacation, you have great family time, you always look forward to preparing for the challenges of another season. We had a really good off season with our team. We had a good summer with our players. I think our team has made improvements and progress in, a lot of areas, whether it's physical development, attitude development, and, trying to develop a mindset that will allow us to have good team chemistry, in the future. But, as we always do, it's kind of like, here we go again, in making predictions about how young people, adolescents, will perform in the future. So that's why we play the games. That's why we have a season, so that we can sort of see how we grow and develop and, how the team develops, all the things you need to develop on a team, the togetherness, the positive energy and attitude, the people being responsible for their own self-determination, the work, preparation, ability to overcome adversity, pride in performance that, make the team, allows the team to be able to play with the consistency you need to be successful for an entire season, especially in the SEC, which is a very challenging league. But I think it's also more difficult than ever to sort of predict, how your team is going to develop in all these areas because we have more turnover, on rosters. In terms of you create a sense of constancy, which we all strive for in our life, sense of belonging, a sense of family, a sense of consistency and what's coming next and, what the challenges are, who I am, where I'm going, how I'm going to get there. And these things are all really critical factors in developing, creating an identity, personally, individually for players as well as, for a team. And I think the more turnover you have, on your roster, probably the harder it is to predict, how those things actually happen. I think it's, also probably because of a lot of the changes that we have in college football as we move forward. It's also very, very important to stay focused on, what do you need to do to have a program that creates value for players and their future in terms of their personal development, their academic development, ability to develop a career off the field, which really prepares them for their future after football, and how can they develop a career, as a football player. So all these things contribute to how players can be more successful in life. And I still think, the focus needs to be on how do we continue to be able to have the kind of program that's going to help players develop, value for their future, which is why we all went to college, all of us, me included, all of you. And that's with the changes, we want to make sure that we sort of stay focused on the things that are most important for college student athletes. The players that we have here, Wright, Will, Jordan Battle, have all represented our program in a first-class way. I think they represented the university in a first-class way, and the conference. All these guys are on track to graduate in December, which we're very proud of the academic standard that we've been able to maintain in terms of graduation rate. I think we're in the top 3 in the country in APR. These guys have provided good leadership, for our team. They worked hard. They're the right kind of people. They've got the right stuff. They're very talented players. But the challenge is, are the players on our team all going to buy into the principles and values and the standards of the organization, which these guys have done a great job of demonstrating, so that we can create the kind of identity that will create the kind of consistency and performance that we need to have a successful team. So mindset is really, really important to that. Leadership, which these guys have done a great job of providing, is also very important to that. But it's also, how the other people on the team sort of buy into the leadership that have been provided. And that's always a work in progress with new players in the organization, new players on the team. So we have challenges on our team. We had 7 players drafted, 2 first-round draft picks, and some very, very good players at wide receiver and other positions that, will be difficult to replace. I think we've had 113 players drafted in the last 14 years and 41 first-round draft picks. So very proud of the fact that we've done a good job of creating value for players at the next level. But it'll be a challenge for us to replace the skilled players lost. 2 great receivers on our team last year. We've got some significant challenges in replacing, some offensive line people, which, Bryce Young is a great player, he's a great leader, he's a great quarterback, obviously. But quarterback is also a position that may be one of the most difficult positions in all of sports to play if you're not surrounded by good people. So the challenge for us is to make sure that we do an outstanding job of developing the players around him so that we can continue to be a very productive offensive team. Defensively, I think we've got 7 starters back. But again, the biggest challenge is going to be, how do we replace the corners that we lost? Because, corner is probably the one position that puts the greatest restrictions on what you can do on defense. So that's going to be a significant challenge for us as well. I do think we have good specialists, so we should be good at special teams. I'm really pleased with the new special teams coordinator, Coleman Hutzler, that we have. He's done a good job. The players have bought into it, which is always important on special teams. And from a staff standpoint, this is the first year in a long time we've had both coordinators, continuity in both coordinators, which I think is, probably a important thing for us. And the new coaches that we have brought in to replace coaches on our staff have, fit in extremely well. They made a positive contribution in the relationships they've been able to develop with players, and the energy and enthusiasm and new ideas that they brought to the organization. So we're very, very pleased with the staff that we have right now in terms of how they can contribute to developing our team. I'd like to thank you all for all that you do to create interest in college football. There's a lot of positive self-gratification that players gain from the things that you do, which I think, college football is a great game. Tremendous interest on a national level to, see how these players develop and see, how, the competitive balance is something that, fans and people that watch college football are always interested in. And I think you all have done a really good job of, creating a circumstance that is very positive for our sport. And, we certainly thank you, for that. So any questions?
Thank you, Coach. If you have a question, raise your hand. Aaliyah, Bailey, and Kiera will get to you. Again, if you could stand, if you're able, that will help us identify who's asking the question, and then we will go from there. Again, please state your name and affiliation. Okay, we're going to start, Coach, over here on my left, right here in the middle, second row, Bob.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Doing
Bob Holt, Arkansas Democrat Gazette. I don't know if you noticed, it stopped raining right before you came up, so I don't know if you had control of that or not.
Oh, boy.
I think so.
But as far as Will and Bryce, can you think of another team where you've had such elite guys on each side of the ball? What's it like having two guys back that are so good, arguably, the best in the country?
Well, I don't like to compare players, but to have two players that make such a significant impact on our team as those two guys, I don't recall ever having a circumstance like that. We've had some great impact players, but never one on offense, one on defense of, the caliber that these guys have been able to play on a consistent basis. But I think probably bigger than that is the impact that they have on the players around them. These guys set a great example. They're players that other people on our team can emulate in a positive way because of the example that they set. These guys are very serving to their teammates in terms of, they really do care about helping other people for their benefit. So these guys have not only been great players, they've contributed from a leadership standpoint, probably as significantly as any leaders that we've had. And we've had some really good leaders in our program and our organization. So really excited about having these guys on our team. You couldn't ask for two better people we said that the best players on your team are people with great attitude and great mindset. It's really helpful to develop in the kind of team chemistry that you need to have a successful team.
Okay, we'll go over here on our right-hand side on the second row. You have a question? All right. So we'll go here on the left side here, third row.
Good morning, Coach Saban. Scotty from Allscript. There's been a seismic shift with HBCUs and their popularity, but you also have FBS programs playing them. LSU is playing Southern. You have Notre Dame stepping out and playing Tennessee State. Could we ever see an Alabama playing at Alabama State or an Alabama A&M down the line? And the second part to that is, how have FCS systems become feeders to Power 5 programs as well to transfer point?
Yeah, well, I think that I certainly can see. We've tried to be very supportive. Ms. Sherry's on the board of trustees at Stillman College, and I've always been an advocate of playing in-state schools because I think it sort of helps them, raise their level and their ability to compete, which obviously if you do that, you also contribute to how successful the players, in those organizations can be. So I would be very much in favor, of that. I do think that some of the really, really good players, I think it's going to work both ways. I think some of the really good players in that league are going to have opportunities to go other places. But I also think that there'll be some players that come back to that league that will also be able to enhance their value as players because of the opportunity that will be created for them by playing at that level. So all good things.
Coach, we're going over on our right side alongside the aisle.
Good morning, Coach. Ken Capps from Football Writers Association of America. There are going to be 4 student reporters from the Alabama Communications Department and 4 student reporters from the University of Texas Communications Department covering the game in Austin on September the 10th. These are brand new reporters covering this big of a game. What would be your advice and tips for them?
First of all, I would say that there's nothing in my job description that would indicate that I'm qualified to answer that. But look, I think fair and honest always works, and I think it's a great opportunity for these young people to, be able to cover a game of significance. And Texas has a great program, and Sark's done a really good job there, and it's going to be a very challenging game for us. And I think that if these young folks can, report the facts as well as be fair and honest in their assessments of how things go, I think that's as much as anyone could ask from a professional standpoint.
Coach, we'll go in the section right in front of you, about 4 rows back.
Good morning, Coach. Johnny Ballpark Franks with Franks Media in Nashville and Huntsville. Before you arrived at Alabama, the program never had a Heisman Trophy winner. And with Bryce Young's win, now 4, most in the SEC, in terms of the winners and the finalists, what has that success meant as far as winning the award and how it translates to success with your program?
Well, I think it kind of goes both ways. I think the success that the program has had probably lends itself to more attention that our players get, whether it's to make All-American or win national awards like the Outland Trophy or the Nagurski or the Heisman or whatever it is. And because these guys all were great players and had great seasons on a very successful team that got a lot of national exposure and recognition, their performance was rewarded. Their positive performance was rewarded because they got a lot of exposure because of the success the team had. So, I think it kind of goes both ways in terms of, players being recognized. And we're always very grateful that, our players do get recognized in a positive way because I do think those things create value for them in their future, and that's obviously the goal.
Okay, we're going to go right here in front of me, Lane, right in front, right behind you. There you go.
Coach Saban, this is Flynn Higgins from the Wall Street Journal. I've noticed that when you were talking about the key, building blocks for a program, you mentioned personal development, academic development, and creating value for their football career, but you didn't mention NIL. And I know that that's something that you, kind of weighed in on earlier this off-season, but, what is your view on how Alabama can, get involved in that space, just because it is changing dynamics in college football, whether you like it or not?
Yeah, well, I don't dislike name, image, and likeness. I'm all for the players. I want players to do well. Our players did extremely well last year. They made over $3 million in name, image, and likeness. So I'm all for the players, being able to do as well as they can and use their name, image, and likeness to create value for themselves. And we have a great brand at Alabama, so players are certainly. Their value there is going to be enhanced because of the value that our brand can help them create. But, the thing that I have, sort of expressed, not concerns about, but there's got to be some uniformity in protocol of how name, image, and likeness is implemented. And I think there's probably a couple factors that are important in that. How does this impact competitive balance, in college athletics? And is there transparency to maintain fairness across the board in terms of college athletics? And how do we protect the players? Because there's more and more people that are trying to get between the player and the money. And in the NFL, they have guidelines for agents because the NFL Players Association sort of has rules and regulations about how they, should, professionally, help the players. So that's, something that, we really want to make sure that our players are not being misguided in any way. And the biggest concern is, how does this impact and affect recruiting? Because on the recruiting trail right now, there's a lot of people using this as inducements to go to their school by making promises as to whether they may or may not be able to keep in terms of what players are doing. And I think that that is what can create a competitive balance issue between the haves and the have-nots. And we're one of the haves. So, don't think that what I'm saying is a concern that we have in Alabama, because we're one of the haves. But everybody in college football cannot do these things relative to how they raise money in a collective or whatever, and how they distribute money to players. Those are the concerns that I have in terms of, how do we place guidelines around this so that we can maintain a competitive balance. There's no competitive sport anywhere that doesn't have guidelines on how they maintain some kind of competitive balance. And I think that's important to college football. I think it's important to fans. That's why they have rules in the NFL where you have a salary cap. You have difficult schedule if you have a successful season. You draft later. If you have a successful season, you draft early. If you have an unsuccessful season, and all these things are created so that there is competitive balance, which is great for the game and it's great for fans. So, name, image, and likeness is not an issue for us in Alabama. Players, I think, did better than anybody in the country last year.
We have time for a couple more. We're going to go over here on the right side in the middle, Coach.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Coach. You're in the rare position of not only having a high-winning quarterback, but having him return for another season. Can you talk about what kind of things you guys are coaching Bryce Young on the year after he won college football's highest award? And then in terms of offensive line, what kind of progress have you guys made this spring, a season after giving up a pretty high pressure rate on the quarterback?
It's a good question.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the biggest challenges is the offensive line rebuild that we need to do. And I'm excited about the coach that we have at that position. Coach Woodruff has done a really good job with the players and relationship building and fundamental progress. We do have some new players that may contribute to that weren't there in the spring. So that's something that we'll have to sort of assess, in fall camp. And I think that, one of the most important things for Bryce or any player who has success is to understand that, success is not a continuum. You have to continue to, success is momentary. So if you're going to continue to have success, you have to stay focused on the things that you need to do to improve, to prepare, to lead, to impact and affect other people around you. And Bryce has shown every indication that he's got a willingness to do all those things. He's a perfectionist in terms of what he wants to do and what he wants to accomplish. And, so far I've been pleased with the way he's been able to maintain the mindset that you need to do to continue to improve and, make progress as a player.
We have time for two more. We're going to start over here on our right, Coach. Second row, Glenn.
Coach, do you see the SEC having 18 or 20 teams in the next few years? How do you think that would look? Would that mean a 10-game league schedule? Maybe?
No idea. You've been around me for 20 years now. I don't like to answer hypothetical questions. which that could be as hypothetical as any I've ever been asked. I do think there is some tendency to, as events sort of indicate, that mega conferences, you know, may be something in the future. It's not my job or my role to understand the dynamics of what's in the best interest of college football, the SEC, other conferences in terms of how they expand. But this has always been something that has happened. I know one thing for sure is we have a great league. We've made 2 really positive additions to our league that are going to come online in a few years. I think there's a lot of underlying dynamics from the business standpoint that could impact and affect, you know, how this happens, if it does happen in the future. But for right now, you know, we have 14 teams in our league for the next couple of years, and we have some really, really good teams in our league. It's a very competitive league. You got to be on task each and every week that you play, and you know that's kind of what we're trying to stay focused on. But you know, that question is probably a better question for Greg Sankey or conference commissioners who maybe are looking at, you know, what's in the best interest of their league in the future. And I'm sure they would say, you know, maybe yes and maybe no, because who knows what those circumstances may impact and affect in a positive way on each and every league and on college football in general. But I do think if we move toward the mega conference, again, that whole thing about competitive balance is going to be in question. And look, I'm not here to say we should have it or we shouldn't have it, but if we have 2 20-team leagues, you know, how is that going to impact all the people that are not in those leagues? That's a question for you to speculate and answer on. I really can't speculate on that.
We'll take one final question right in front of me, Coach. 3 rows. Kirk.
Yeah. Kirk Bowles from the Austin American-Statesman. Nick, I don't know if it was a down year for you since you didn't win the national championship, but you also lost a couple games to former assistants, which you never do. When you self-scout, do you see anything in common that teams might use as a blueprint to try to beat Alabama other than build one of the greatest defenses ever?
Well, I think that, first of all the coaches who have had opportunities to go on and be head coaches in Division I, I'm very proud of. I think you know, they all did an outstanding job for us. They all had goals and aspirations that motivated them to do an outstanding job because they wanted to be head coaches. And I'm happy for them and their family that they got that opportunity. You know, sooner or later, these people that get these opportunities would get in situations where they had a chance to have nationally recognized, nationally powerful, whatever you want to call it, top-ranked teams. Like Georgia was last year, like Texas will be, I'm sure, very soon with Sark being the head coach there, the staff that he has and the job that they're doing. So this is not something that is surprising to me. You know, a lot of people are at really, really good schools. They've done a really, really good job. They've used, you know, their own personal imprint to take a few things that they learned that we do that helped us be successful, along with their imprint of what they want to do so that they can have successful programs. So this is not a surprise to me. It was, you know, sort of expected, you know, actually. And I'm happy to see each and every one of those guys do extremely well. Not extremely well against Alabama, but extremely well. So I'm kind of proud of the fact that there are some of our coaches who have got some of the most successful programs in the country.
Coach, thank you for your time this morning.
Good. Thank you all again. I appreciate what you do for college football and all of our players and the self-gratification that you provide for them. So thank you very much.
He always has to put that in there. That's rat poison.
Gentlemen, you might have heard Paul Feinbaum just say that I didn't hear a Jimbo question. Did you? Exactly. Well, you know, I don't think that we are precluded from asking questions back here. You could have raised your hand and asked one yourself.
No, but what was ironic was that was the only story in the world 2 months ago. And the biggest event that Saban will appear at before the national championship or the semifinals, it did not even come up in a room full of sports writers.
We will have him on our set here, so if anyone would like to ask that question,
That's a dumb question.
I'm saying
Jimbo got mad because he got called out.
By the way, that's coming your way. They Saban and our set right here on SEC now at 11:05 a.m. I don't want to make too much of the weather, but the rain did completely stop when he took the podium, and then he was wrapping up. The pouring rain started again. Paul, let's begin, though, on the NIL piece of the discussion here, because he said a few interesting things. One of them being that his players made $3 million this past year. That stuck out to us. But also continuing to ask for regulations in name, image, and likeness. What did you take away from what Saban said?
Feinbaum, Tebow, and Harper on the podium with Laura.
It's a recruiting tool. It's a good one when players hear that. Everyone knows Bryce Young made most of that. What Saban continues to say, and he has not changed, and he's not going to, is his frustration. He uses the word name, image, and likeness as if somebody is about to make him, swallow castor oil. Something we all took it. Well, not you guys. When I was a little kid, that's what they made you take. He's frustrated by it, and he's gone to people in the Senate. One of his closest friends is Joe Manchin, a very prominent senator. He's called Tommy Tuberville, the former coach turned senator. But he's not getting any help from that for at least a year. So he's going to continue on that front. When he talks about trying to get a competitive balance and parity back, it sounds great in a room and it sounds wonderful on television, but there are snickers from everywhere else in college football that Dick Saban, of all people, wanting parity in the sport.
He was also asked about his former assistant there, the last question, beating him and Jimbo and Kirby. He certainly took the high road there, Tim, but you can tell even the one comment, I like to see them do well, but just not against Alabama. It irks him a little bit.
Obviously, it irks him, especially when he's dominated him for so long, and then you lose for the first 2 times against your old coaches. But I think what was very interesting about it is I think he was very prepared, very coy, very not wanting to stir the pot at all. I think he kind of been in that, and right now it was kind of a calm. I just want to go in there and kind of get through it. And that's how I kind of looked at most of his answers is I'm kind of going to say the politically correct thing and, be nice and friendly, which he always is. But, I don't know that we necessarily got all of his real or true feelings and opinions on it.
He played it safe, right, Roman? He did bring up some football-related things, so I'd like to get there with you. Talking about the defense and returning 7 starters, by our math, they returned 70% of their defense from last year's national championship game they didn't win. What did you sense from him in talking about his own guys? Because obviously he's shaded a little bit more toward the defense, even as a head coach.
Well, he talked about the leadership aspect of it. Last year we look at this team, it didn't seem like this was Alabama's best team. That's all anybody talked about all year long was how, man, they're playing so much better than what we all expected them to be. And now they're coming back with all this hype. They're coming back with all the great players. And Will Anderson, we all know how much I love this young man, but everybody else knows how good he is too. So you're going to come back with some Padres, everybody on that side of the ball. This team should be championship caliber. They have to win a championship in my eyes, or it is a disappointment. And we talked about that yesterday. But he talked about the development of it, the mindset, and how all these guys coming back for the right reasons, that they have to live up to the expectations as well, and that they have to develop everybody around Bryce Young as well. It's not just about how great he is, but everybody else living up to those expectations as well.
Well, I think when you have the best offensive player in the country, the best defensive player in the country, it for sure is going to put that pressure on you. Correct. And you got so many other really talented players, and you did one of the best of any schools getting the guys from the transfer portal. There's going to be pressure.
It's exciting. Yeah.
No doubt.
And Laura, reading his body language and what he didn't say, I think should be the scariest thing to the world of college football. Forget NIL. You're talking about it, right, Tim and Roman. Nick Saban just sent a message to everyone in college sports. We have the best team this year. I feel very comfortable. I have the best team players. And you all just better get out of my way. If we're not going to have a fourth quarter like we did against Georgia, he said. When I think he said they beat the hell out of us. That's what Nick Saban in Alabama, he's telegraphing, is going to do to everyone else this year.
And if Nick Saban can find something to use as an edge for his team as motivation, I think he might be better at that than anything else that he does.
He's done it time and time
The
again.
red poison thing.
Yeah,
always
100%.
So
He
good
makes
at
the
it.
continuity with his coaches, offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator returning for a consecutive year after that really doesn't usually happen for them.
No.
We will, of course, once again have Nick Saban on this podium, so we'll be able to talk to him a little bit later on. So stay tuned for that around 11:05. We get a lot more coming your way. We talk about that guy coming up next. Wright Young, how does he come back after winning the Heisman and be even better? We forget how young he was last season. He's learned so much. We talk about Wright next with our own Heisman Trophy winner on the set. SEC Now Special 2022 SEC Kickoff is presented by Regions, official bank of the SEC. Just getting started on day 2. We'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Bryce is in the room there in his gray sports coat, white dress shirt, and red tie. Looking pretty smooth. He's if you see him in person there when he's next to other people. He's not as I guess, he's not a big guy as I guess you'd think he'd be. So anyway, thank you guys for stopping by here. Primetime Sports Network coverage of the SEC. Find me at Big Matt 1977 Primetime _SEC for your coverage of the SEC football. And we're doing day 2 of the SEC Media Day. And Coach Lee Vanderbilt will be up next. It's going to be tough to follow. It's always tough to go behind Saban. Maybe it shouldn't be. But there's a stigma. I mean, good Lord, guys, they're joking about him stopping the rain. I mean, I know they're just making hot takes to make clips for videos later, which is, what we do. I do it too. So, he's got 260-something career wins. They've won almost 30 SEC championships since joining the conference way back in the day when it all kind of come together. So I got a few takeaways here, some questions for you guys. I hope you'd take part in some of this. And if you're at work or whatever, you're going back and listen to it later, you can come by and chat with me, or you can come right in here on YouTube and chat and just tell me what you think. There's a lot of people not against, but maybe a dislike of Nick Saban because he's just not the coach of the team that you pull for, mostly. Whether around here, it's usually Auburn, a lot of Georgia fans, some Florida fans, and we have some LSU fans scattered among us. But if we're all honest, anybody in the country would take him as their head coach, or for sure an athletic director, somebody to put their program in the way of making the football program have a real mission statement. So with that being said, here's a question: who would be against Saban to be either like a SEC GM, maybe not the commission, but a little above that, to say to somebody to build those guardrails that he talks about to cap these NIL deals? So who would be against that? I don't think anybody would. Okay, just to answer it real bluntly, he's been a part of this conference for a long time. He had his time at LSU years ago, and he won SEC championships, won titles over there. So he would have the SEC's main agenda at heart, and to put some regulations with these kids getting paid. So the competitive balance that I did a video about, that some think that I'm just talking about scheduling. I was talking about the competitive balance of schools, because not everybody can pay the players. So who would be against that? Give me comments and takes on that. Also, they brought up a young guy, a reporter down there, brought up a good question about HBCU colleges and that kind of stuff. I think that was a good question about playing in-state. We'd use Alabama A&M, for example, and maybe over Mississippi, like a Jackson State, where Coach Sanders is at. When we change the conference around the next few years to come, next year's going to be some changes, and then in 24 and 5, it's going to be a lot of changes. I, personally, what do you guys think about if you have to play, say, 9 teams in your conference? What are you guys thinking about having to play one of those games? You should play an in-state Division II type school. Alabama, would have to add a JSU or Alabama State that we use, for example, or something like that to the schedule where they could come to Tuscaloosa and play the game. It'd be awesome. Like UCF would have to play a Florida team, or other teams in states, like maybe out in Texas, Texas Southern would have to come in and play Texas. It'd just be a great experience for the kids to get to come to the big stadium, and it'd be a great way for them to still be able to make money. It keeps it in your state. So if every state, what I'm saying is, would take some responsibility for their own, I think that could be a way of that term, competitive balance, the have and have-nots, to maybe take care of yourself on in-state. So those are some questions. Again, it would be against Saban to be a college GM of some sort, or an SEC GM of some sort, to look after and to make some kind of rules and regulations with a board, him being the head of the board. I think everybody would be for that. He's definitely an SEC guy. And for in-state teams to play, some smaller schools in-state, I think that should be part of the scheduling. There's other questions. So, again, thank you for stopping by here. Matt and Todd Show, covering Day 2, SEC Media Day. Coach Saban just spoke. Had a lot of good conversation there. And hey, go over and follow me at Big Matt 1977 on Twitter. Primetime Sports SEC, and bringing you some SEC coverage. And Jacob Davis, shout out to him. We have a whole crew of people over there that's going to be covering from Georgia and Arkansas and Auburn and all your SEC teams, trying to build something over there. So go over there and help support us and follow us. And follow us here and subscribe on our YouTube channel. We've been growing every day, and we appreciate everybody for doing that, and everybody stopping by here and hanging out with me as a watcher. If I only have one listener, that's okay, because like I said, I'm going to be watching anyway, so why not turn the mic on and conversate about some things that are going on here. Again, on the board, we got Harper and Lori and Tebow, and all Fine Bam, and everybody don't like Fine Bomb. I don't agree with everything he says, but all in all, guys, he's been doing this for about as long as I've been living, writing papers from down there on Legion Field. I mean, years ago, we wrote a paper, some articles and stuff about Coach Bryant to today. So let's jump back in here and see what the guys have.
I don't think that there's going to be in Alabama a lot of pressure on them thinking, oh my gosh, we got to duplicate what we did last year, because last year was a failure to them.
Yes.
Right? Listen, it's championship or bust when you're Alabama and you're these players. So I think it's on the other side. They're going into games and saying, you haven't seen our best. Watch how good we're going to be. I think they have the chip on their shoulder, which is honestly kind of scary.
Well, you made a good point earlier about coordinators.
Alabama's going to open September
There's another change.
September 3rd with Utah State. The 10th will be at Texas. 17th, UL Monroe. The 24th, Vanderbilt. And it's going to get tough, that October season. Everybody's really got a tough October. The Utah State game will be 6:30 on the SEC Network. But the October run is going to be tough for a lot of teams, man. It's really going to get interesting.
Mentioned that coach, by the way, by name.
They'll start at Arkansas.
Yes.
October 1.
That's rare for him to sort of call an offensive line coach out on his own.
What he really doing was calling out the old guy.
Exactly.
I asked you this, Ron, because we talked about Bryce Young making, $1 million a year. Let's go back to your era. What do you think Tim Tebow will be making entering his senior season?
Not as much as you make every year, Paul. That's a humble brag, but yeah, I
think it would have shattered the bank in college football.
You got to understand, my
senior year was when they were recruiting Tim Tebow at Alabama, and this guy, I've never even met him before, but the whole stands were yelling his name, and so we were trying to pay him then. So it's not like, you know.
Back then, you probably were making a lot of money with the way Alabama was operating.
Punch. Jab.
Yesterday. I will say this, though. Tim talked about when you win a championship, all the pressure on the team. Yeah. When it comes back, that's because everybody feels like they did something in that versus a Heisman. Defensive guys, I mean, we didn't really do a lot to help you win the Heisman. So that is what that pressure is. And I like that Tim really talked about this Alabama team. They're going to be hungry because they have not won that championship that says this is theirs. They were all part of that team in Florida and Miami that won it a couple of years ago. Right. But that was very senior-led. Those guys came back for the right decision that year. It's really very interesting to see this team with so how young they are, but they have a lot of playing experience.
The components of a championship season are so varied, and it just depends on the year, and it depends on all these different factors, and yet you see this Alabama team already, July 19th, looking streamlined, looking like they're rolling right into this, ready to go. So many things can change, though, and that's what makes this sport the best in the world. Again, Nick Saban joining our set at 11:05 a.m. Eastern. We got more coming your way on SEC now as we talk about some of these quarterback competitions across the league. Who's going to win these jobs? So Jake Daniels there. That LSU QB battle is really interesting. We'll dive into that and so much more next on the show. Keep it right here. You're watching SEC Now Special 2022 SEC Kickoff presented by
Fancy exercise bike, and I've gone from 0 to obsessed in like 3 days. After riding 4 miles nowhere, I'm taking T-twists. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, you could be working out a way to pay for this yourself.
Get Allstate and you better protect the mayhem for a whole lot less. Your cravings are as unique as you.
Okay. Again, thank you for stopping by here on the Matt and Todd Show. I appreciate you. Anybody that's hanging out still listening with me. If not, like I said, I'm going to watch this, so I thought I'd turn the mic on and do some coverage. Primetime Sports Network. Here you can go and follow me on Twitter at BigMatt1977. A lot of people are at work or they're coming in from work, so if you work third, hey, tune on in and hang out with me for a little while. I'm probably going to take a break here. Coach Vandy, and then I will definitely be back for Coach Leach, Mississippi State by lunchtime. So if you're having lunch, hang out with me, grab you a slice of pizza and a bottle of water, not Coke. Just bad for you, man. So they're talking about quarterbacks and those kind of things. So kind of opened up the broadcast this morning with a statement to say if you put out a list, no matter who you are, 24/7 Sports been around a long time. They do a fantastic job over there, Josh Pate and crew. And I watched some guys from yesterday as they put out this new list. It changed around a little bit. You had a few guys, the Nelson kid that's committed to SC, quarterback, he's dropped a few spots. Dante Moore. Really like to talk about that. Jackson Arnold moving way up in spots, up to 15th. And Jaden Rashada, he's moved up several spots as well. He's 17th. Currently, he's committed to Miami. Now, Nico, he's my pick. He is third, staying hanging in there at third. And the Oregon commit I just mentioned, Deontay Moore, to Oregon, moved up several spots. I really like him. You have to kind of look at competitiveness, who they're playing against. So, with that being said, a couple of weeks ago, you can go back on our page right here and find the thumbnail of a picture of Arch Manning in a big orange Tennessee tee. Wondered why the Vols passed on a Manning. Well, I think it's because they got their guy. I think Nico's better. And Arch is still number one. I don't know how or why. I'll tell you this, I don't understand why putting his uncles in the list, as when you list his stats, his QBR, it's, average 65% or so. He's thrown a lot of passes. That's one of the stats they give. And throwing a lot of passes, I don't see how that computes to being a good quarterback. A lot of quarterbacks throw a lot of passes. Now, completion percentages are things that we should really look at, and I think that is things that we should really pay attention to, because those are the factors. How many times, you overthrow people, and you have receivers that drop some passes sometimes, but, it is what it is, and they can't do anything about that. All they can do is throw the ball to them. So I don't think Arch is number one. He's a solid 4. He's going to be great. So just by disagreeing with the list, somehow we've got in this world to where in the past, 10 years or so, if we disagree, that means there's hate. And guys put out stuff for clickbait that put the word hate. So the hate for Arch continues. Click on us, watch us. And then people come on and say they hate Arch Manning and just because they don't agree with him being one. The word hate is so overused today. I don't like it. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's silly. I think it's very immature to even use a word like that. You can just disagree. I don't think he's one. I think he's a solid 2. Our 3 guy, Nico, is definitely better, and Dante could be. I hadn't done any homework on Dante, so there I can say, because I'm not sponsored by some $1 million company, that I hadn't done homework on the guy, so I can't really comment about Mr. Moore that's made his commitment up to Oregon. So that's kind of where it is. We put out our SEC power rankings. You can go back in the show from Sunday. We had Bittenberg, shout out to him over at Northwest Georgia Scoreboard Show. Find them on YouTube. Subscribe over there and find all the info you need to know, guys, about any kind of Georgia football. That's definitely where you need to be. So thank you guys again for stopping by, and subscribe to the channel. Hey, we're on every Sunday night. We're going to have more to talk about this week for you local guys. We're going to do Spring Garden, some of their top highlights from the years, and go back and talk about some great guys that got the thing started over there with them years ago. And again, congratulations to Coach Howard over there, having the field named after him. Great guy. He's been on the show several times. We always have a lot of fun with him at our media day we do here in town. It's a real honor for him to have the field named after him. He's very humble about it, and they kind of snuck it in on him back during basketball season. So, all right, we'll move on here and talking about QB battle on the Bayou. Garrett Nussmeier, that's who their guy's going to be, we're assuming. So let's get back into it.
He's going to have more of the team around him. He's just been there longer. He's had 2 unfortunate injuries the last couple of years. He hasn't been able to get on the field. But when he was there, he was slinging the ball. That one season, 3 games that he had, he was throwing all over the place.
Well, I think what also matters is we don't know what style of offense they want to have. We literally talked to Coach Kelly yesterday. He said we're going to adapt it around the quarterback, and that's great. And it really is, and that's how great coaches. You have to change based on your personnel. But also, what do they want to do? If they want him to sit in the pocket, they want him to be more of the Notre Dame guys, it's probably going to be Miles Brennan. If they want to use more athleticism in the SEC, because these defenses are very different than, Boston College and some of the teams they've been playing, well,
is that practical to just tell your offense, like the other players surrounding the quarterback, you've got to do all these different things to try and see which quarterback's going to be better for us? I mean,
it's really hard.
It's
really hard. I've been in offenses where, I've been the unique, different one, and they're like, okay, well, we got to change so much if we go with you or with this guy as a pocket passer, and it does put a lot of strain on offensive linemen, on tight ends. It is, okay, are we going to really do what we do good in this inside scheme, or are we going to do option, triple, all this other stuff? And, you need to figure out who you're going to be, and you need to do it before it gets to the end of August.
I know I should have looked this up, but is there an age limit in the SEC? Because Miles Brennan's only 30 years old.
This whole extra year because some of this is fascinating.
Jordan brought this up yesterday on the show that Miles Brennan was in the quarterback competition. Joe Burrow was in the Super Bowl last year. I mean, when you think about how long he's been there,
I think he was in the quarterback competition with Burt Jones in the 70s.
Yeah. To that end, you sort of say, Paul, all right, is Miles Brennan going to be the answer if in all these other quarterback competitions he didn't win the job? I know injuries played a piece, but
Jaden Daniels is at LSU too. Well. He could be a guy.
Yeah, I think Tim, you can address this better, but should he win the job and lead them? It's already a 30 for 30. Maybe not 7 parts like the captain.
So you're talking about his age, 30. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Where are we?
Oh, okay.
I think what's fascinating is the LSU, they don't have time to get things going. They don't have a preseason.
Yeah.
Week 1, you got to get ready for FSU. I think FSU is going to be much improved. That's going to be a fascinating neutral site game. That LSU has to show up because FSU is going to bring everything to the table in that game. They're going to have so many trick plays because they're coming off a very disappointing season, so it's going to be everything for them.
Yeah, Florida State lost to Jacksonville State, my old alma mater
I
there.
think Mike Norvell is under enormous pressure. I mean, if he loses that game, then he begins day 1. And if Brian Kelly loses week 1,
And, well,
LSU had to struggle against Mississippi State.
that's what I was about to say.
They had to struggle against Mississippi State.
That's not a great matchup for a variety of reasons, too, for LSU, and at least how we think they're going to look. So you got week 3, which I think is important. They go down to
October 1
Auburn. That's
at
a
Auburn.
difficult atmosphere, depending on how Auburn is
LSU.
this season.
If LSU wants
Then they host Tennessee.
a successful season, they got to be able
Then they go to the Gators.
Yeah.
Then they play Ole Miss.
Because
Then they got Bama.
it's too
Then
hard
they go to
go
Arkansas.
Then Tennessee at Florida, Ole Miss,
November
Alabama. That is a gauntlet, right? Now you're saying, okay, for us to be able to be competitive, we got to stay healthy in that gauntlet. We got to stay fresh in that gauntlet. You got to go to 2 of the hardest places in the country in that gauntlet. Like, even if Auburn and Florida aren't as good as they have been in the past, those are still 2 of the hardest places to play in the country.
Well, LSU's not as good either, so let's just be all honest. Everybody's just a little bit down in that conversation that you're talking about. But it's all about when you play and getting ready and who's the hottest team that day.
Right, and being healthy at those important times. Again, Mississippi
Staying healthy.
State still hitting the podium. Vanderbilt and South Carolina today. We've already heard from Nick Saban. He'll join us here on the set. And it's rocking and rolling here at SEC Media Day.
Saban's going to be on set in about an hour.
This event is Radio Row. They're just a stone's throw of us up there. And there's Greg Sankey on Radio Row, getting ready to go over there. It was fun.
You can feel like that. You're winning that. It sounds like that. You can feel like that.
We'll be back in just a bit.
Alrighty, guys.
I'm the latest hashtag chat.
Mayhem. He's always rocking and causing havoc everywhere, ain't he? Okay, so we'll go back through the questions here and see what we got. I think Saban may be a good SEC GM, something we talked about earlier. I think he would be. I think he'd set good guidelines and precedent. Look, I mean, just put it out there and just be bold with it. Saban's, up in age, and he's been around a long time. And to kind of quote Drinkwitz from yesterday from Mizzou, he had a good answer. How does Saban find, so much success? You find success, and I think Saban would agree, you find success through failure. Just doing things over and over again, but not making the same mistakes over and over again to where you continue to make the same mistakes. And he's been doing it a long time, guys. He was in the NFL years ago. It had to do with the Browns organization, run the defense, that kind of stuff, to Michigan State. And he's been around in a lot of other colleges, from Syracuse to, I think he run D-backs up at Navy. So experience. I think Saban has the experience to be a good GM for the SEC. And also the smaller colleges like, alma mater. I mentioned JSU a while ago. They beat Florida State last year on a miracle play at the end of the game. They let the guy get over behind him and throw a touchdown, and they beat Florida State. Shout out to, Cody Blanchard. He was down there. He played over here at Cherokee County. They beat Ole Miss that year. I remember watching that game. So the smaller schools like JSU, should there be a rotation for our big-time T1 schools in state? Alabama and Auburn being the big schools in state, one should schedule a JSU, and maybe the other should schedule an Alabama State. And Auburn has, done that. They, shout out to them. Back in the day, Tubbs, when he was there, things they did, and Chiswick, when he was there, they competed, played against those smaller in-state rival style teams. That's good experience. I think with moving to this big super conference, and that word keeps coming up again, the haves and have-nots, this could help somewhat. And if every state, now I don't think just one state can do this and make this all right. every state should do all their part. Tennessee, there's smaller schools up there, colleges that can play. A local guy around here played in my son's class. It's up at Lindsey Wilson, Corey Teague. He's up there. They're good in that division. They win that division a lot. So, you know, could you get a team like Tennessee to let some Division II schools? I think they're Division III, but I'm just, you know, making an example that if everybody does their part, that from South Carolina's to Kentucky's, there's plenty out there in Texas, to Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas and Oklahoma coming to add a game on your schedule, and Saban wants to play like a 8 or 9 team schedule. When this Texas and Oklahoma comes, it's going to do away with the Louisiana Monroes and the Austin Peay. So instead of adding those out-of-state teams, let's add an in-state team. I think that should be part of it. And just curious about what you guys think about that. You can agree or disagree. Hey, this guy here, you know, right here, I'm not going to be offended if you disagree and say I think that's a ridiculous idea. So that's what we do. You put things out there to get a feel for it. It's not stated as facts. Again, some people put out these lists and put out rankings, and they think it's made as fact. And that's what it's supposed to be. And Arch Manning's #1, no matter what. And if you go against that, then you're stupid. Or, you know, why does your opinion matter? Who are you? You just got a small show. Well, my opinion matters because I think it matters as well as you think your opinion matters to you. Now, some opinions have more clout because of the company who you work for, and that's fine, but that don't mean it's right. So let's go back in here and talk about storylines 1 year into the NIL, expansions, realignments, and potential CFP expansion. Student athletes able to be compensated on their name, image, and likeness. Again, I think it goes back to, this may sound silly, it goes back to that NCAA football game we played on PlayStation years ago. I think it goes back to that when these kids started seeing all the money that's being made off of them, and it's not like it was. I know there's, you know, a lot of people out there that's going to say that's different now, and well, how it used to be, and we're losing the prestige of college football, and it's going away, and you know, paying these kids money is a ridiculous idea. Well, maybe so. You know, that's your thoughts on it. But the facts are, now this is a fact, it's different now. The people just make so much more money. So for kids to be able to make a little bit on it, I don't see the big deal. But we do need someone out there to kind of guide us along and go along with that. Let's get back on the board here and see who we got. We've got ESPN college football senior writer, Petey Othaniel there.
Been backed up on the field. I do think the chatter out of it in the industry and throughout college football yesterday, Laura, was that Greg Sankey said in the future iterations of the playoff, he does not want automatic qualifiers, or he's open to no automatic qualifiers, right, which I perceived as a little bit of a nudge up to the Big Ten, which that was really one of the driving points in not having the playoff expand to 12. Kevin Warren was staunch and defiant in the room and said the Big Ten needed an automatic qualifier. That was obviously countered with folks in SEC saying, do you really think your champion's not going to be good enough to be one of the 6 highest ranked conference champions? So I asked Greg yesterday, I said, was that a little shot up to suburban Chicago? And he smiled and said it was a shotgun approach to everybody in the sport, not a rifle necessarily. But it's interesting now with everything, with the leagues growing and 2 16-team leagues establishing themselves, what does that next iteration of the playoff look like? I think that's going to be a dominant storyline for the next 2 years, and I think Greg Sankey made it very clear yesterday where the SEC stands on that.
Well, and two, to add along with that, you know, Kiffin put in the idea that coaches should be able to handle some of this NIL money. I don't think coaches want any more on their plate to have to do anything. You're already running a huge organization. You might as well be an NFL head coach, the way you have to run things. Which leads me to say, hey, Miami, they've hired a GM. And I'm pretty sure Auburn did. Yeah, Auburn, didn't they hire a GM also? So we're having general managers hired in the colleges. They know what's coming. I think it's a good idea. Every college team out there needs to get you a general manager.
One main commissioner. Will Sankey all of a sudden step ahead and be the main
commission the same way we have a very similar situation in the NFL?
It's a very good question, and I think the sport is thirsting for one leader.
Something, right?
Right?
Yep.
But you have to think about the logistics of how that happens. Do you think Kevin Warren wants Greg Sankey to be the leader? Do you think George Kliavkoff wants that? And that's why everyone talks about these leagues merging. Well, they're never going to merge because they give up automatic qualification in the NCAA tournament. They give up their seat at the college football playoff table. But the dude having to make the decision on that has to give up his $2 or $3 million a year salary, and he's got 20, 30 employees who are in the conference offices in different places. So that's why I don't ever think we'll see some type of pure merger, just like I don't think anyone will be elevated to a powerful position in college football because the power has shifted to the commissioner chairs.
Hey, Laura, when we asked why isn't there any leadership in college football, this is exactly the problem. I mean, this is survival of the fittest. Yeah. And Greg Sankey right now is the fittest. And
He doesn't run a lot.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think the good old days are over. I'll never forget a story. I was at Commissioner Mike Slade's funeral, and I went down and I saw Jim Delaney, who at the time was on the same level with Mike Slade. These two guys ran college football, and you thought they hated each other. And Delaney called me over. He said, that was all a bunch of BS. He said, we were actually very good friends. We didn't see each other a lot, but when it mattered, we got together, we smoked a cigar, we drank bourbon, and we settled it. I don't see that happening right now. I don't see Greg Sankey going up to Chicago, and I don't see Warren coming down here because there's too much at stake in there. And the main reason that they won't do that is that they both are attached. And you can bleep this out if you want. First of all, they both are attached to television networks, ESPN here and Fox with the Big Ten. And at some point, they will all have to come together for the next college football playoff. But until then, they're at war.
To add a little bit of context there for people wondering about the TV element of it, those negotiations are ongoing all the time, Pete. We're not going to dive too deep into that, but I think people don't realize all of the back and forth going on that then accentuates those commissioners' ties and makes them even more beholden to sort of staying apart and not meeting in the middle. NIL was also brought up. We heard Nick Saban talking about it earlier on the set. When you think about the way that that's evolved, even over the last year, and you've covered this so closely, and so many of the random layers to it that make it what it is, where are we going with this?
It can't go the way it's going right now, Laura. And I think about this. This is $1 billion business that's outsourcing its payroll to unregulated third parties.
Yep.
Name me a $1 billion industry that does that. It just makes no sense. But asking for Congress to come in and save it just probably isn't that probably isn't the
make
answer.
it worse.
So we're in this myopic period of college sports where we just answer the problems that are directly in front of our eyes, and nobody sits back and says, what do we have the sport to look like in 5 years, and how do we get there? And I really think that's when you don't have one leader galvanizing everybody. Nobody's looking out for the common good of college football. Everyone's clinging to their slice of the cookie. This is an old criticism, Paul. This isn't the first time that I've said that. But I don't think it's ever been so apparent as where we are right now. The whole world is fractured. Everybody's protecting their turf, and that's manifested itself in NIL.
So, Pete, you might not have an answer to this, but what would be your best guess of who would have to be in the room and how you could get them in the room and then actually make the decisions from there, where they are not looking out for mine right now, but actually the next 5-10 years?
It's a great question, Tim, because everybody is tied so much financially to their league's future. And even if you look at the Supreme Court Alston ruling, it says basically that conferences can lead the way without antitrust violations, and it's going to be hard for the NCAA to do that. A breakaway is complicated. Everything's complicated. I don't see a linear path to college football having a smoother leadership in the future.
So you think it's going to stay as such for a little while?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful game, and it's a bad business.
Yeah.
Well said.
It's not going to change anytime real soon.
Not the tagline for anything, but it's good here. He is our college football senior writer for ESPN. So glad to have you, and great perspective.
Yes,
We've got a lot coming your way here on SEC Now. Coming up, we're talking Auburn. Brian Harson under a lot of attention last year, if that's a good way to put it. Nice. How can he step it up to the next level? He doesn't come here until tomorrow to speak to the media, but we'll preview what we think Auburn needs to do.
Roll that beautiful beat footage.
Yep. Coach Harson will be in house tomorrow. I'm looking forward to hearing from him. speak a little bit on Coach Harson there. If you're just not from the state, maybe you don't know all the details. Over the years and years of time, from the Yellowwood big donors and the Greyhound track and all the stories, and anybody that follows college football somewhat understands that there are, big money people which run things, and it only lays into the fact of things that Coach Kiffin brought up yesterday. If we're going to have boosters out here buying players, who's to say that these players align with the coach? So that's kind of what's been going on at Auburn. Interested to see Coach Harson tomorrow, see what he's got to say. He's hired some new guys, and he's moved some guys up in positions, and I think, his receiver coach, his offensive coordinator now, and, things are moving along for them. And I'm pretty sure I had read somewhere that their offensive coach had coached at where he was earlier. He had been involved with Calvin Johnson, Megatron, played at Detroit, years ago. So, people's got good resumes in there. So we can talk about that, or, and how he's trying. Just because we're not particularly a fan of the college, that don't mean that we want to, they need to be successful. Let's see here. Looking at Coach Harson, record at Auburn, his first year was 6-7. His career record is 82-31. Key losses for them is, of course, the cornerback McCrary, really liked him, and linebacker McLean really did like him. Of course, we all know that Bo Nix moved along to Oregon. Going to see how he plays, and he's going to have a guy up there knocking on his door that'll be coming in behind him pretty soon. And Dante Moore, looking forward to seeing what he gets after, how he starts to get after it. Now, as far as coaching lists and stuff at Auburn, we went through some of that, and they put together the best that he could for kind of what he's allowed to do. Now, as far as players returning offensively, looks like they're going to have 6 guys coming back. Looks like the biggest part of their offensive line, and then of course, let's see, John Samuel Shanker, he's a senior at tight end, and on defense, Derek Hall, Wooden, Pritchett, and Zion Puckett be a junior this year, play the safety position. Coach Harson, and Harris is going to be, looks like, a defensive tackle. And there's no way you could go talk about Auburn at all without mentioning Coach's one of his best player there, in Tank Bigsby. Now, we covered him on our first season out. I caught him coming out of high school. He played over there in Georgia, an area where Diamond Dean is around over there in Chattooga, and he didn't come from there, but from Georgia, around that area, around Atlanta. And I knew by, again, studying like we did with Arch, you go back and watch his competition, see how successful he was. Guys, he was really good. Tank Bigsby come out and rushed for over 1,100 yards last year, 4.9 average with 10 touchdowns on 223 attempts. Look out for him for being on all kind of awards list coming into the season. So let's jump back over here and see what old Fine Bam's got to say. Talking about Auburn here. They're going to open with Mercer, San Jose State the 10th, September 17th. Going to host Penn State, Nittany Lions, then Missouri, then LSU. Then they're going to go to Georgia. They're going to go to Ole Miss and finish out October hosting the Hogs.
Depends on the way the season's going, and
outside the environment of Auburn. If anything starts to go wrong or a loose screw early, people will be fractured, and then that is when Auburn starts to pull at each other, and now they're not happy.
So,
and then you're never happy with any win if it's not good enough. So it's everything kind of matters here.
Do you think optics, even in how they win,
Yes.
are going to matter? Yeah.
Completely. You can't have a close game like you had last year.
There's another problem on that there that doesn't come up in a venue like this. You have an athletic director in Alan Green who has not been renewed. You have a new president So if the season capsizes early, meaning a loss to Penn State, dropping one of those other games that they should win, then everything blows up. And there's one power broker down there who controls it all, and his decision will be, let's get rid of the athletic director first, and then we'll get rid of the head coach, and I will choose the coach because I wanted to choose the coach the last time and named Kevin Steele, and the interim president, who was the former president, overruled me, and I have not forgotten that.
Paul's right.
Interesting.
Wow, we
And
just got
then-
deep into some politics.
Yeah, and that's it. It's politics.
That is
That's true.
football in the state of Alabama.
Yeah.
Right? That from there, I know.
But actually, getting back to the football, you go 8-4 with that schedule, you're a really darn good football team.
Yeah.
You know, that's not necessarily easy. You could easily, only win.
You know, I was with some average.
You win 9. That's a really good season with that
Auburn
schedule.
recently, Roman, and you heard this nonstop. Had Tank Bixby gone out of bounds, we wouldn't be having this conversation through Ironville. And that one moment is living in infamy, and Brian Harson said. The thing about Harson, people like him. He's just coming from a different world.
And some of the change that happened, I think.
There's 3 top 5 teams on there, and the 2 top teams in the country, you're at their place.
Yes.
So
that's 2. You take those out. You've already conceded those.
difficult at Mississippi State, Arkansas, who I think is a top 15 team, and all this. It's really difficult. Penn State is also a very good, talented football team that has a lot of players.
That's a key game, though. If he beats Penn State, a lot of adrenaline goes his way.
All right, so
It's also going to carry over. I think the other one that is so key is LSU because of the rivalry, because they should have 4 wins at that time, and now you beat LSU. I think that's
Well, it's a fact. 5 years ago, when Les Miles faced Gus Malzahn, the loser of the game was going to be fired. The guy grabbed the After Nation that day, the former legendary coach, and he said, "Who do you think we're going to get after he gets his ass kicked tonight?" And I said, "Coach, I don't know." And then get to the final play, it was a controversial ending.
Exactly.
Les Miles got fired the next day. Gus Malzahn survived.
We're talking about doing 30 for 30. You could do a 30 for 30 on the lead up and then that game and what happened there. All right, I want to get specific, though, on how this is going to end up working out because we can't talk about wins and losses until we know who the quarterback is. TJ Finley, remember, of course, threw well at times for the Tigers last season, and then you've got A&M transfer Zach Calzada who's shown us some things, but also has been inconsistent. Who do you go with there?
That's a really good question. I'm fascinated to see how this offense looks this year. I think they needed to make a change from last year. I did not like a lot of their scheme and what they were doing. I just didn't think it's going to be effective in the SEC, and it wasn't. And TJ Finley is so talented, but we've never seen consistency from him. We've seen it in quarters, and we've even seen it somewhat in games. And Zach Calzada also has played in moments really good, but then it's the consistency. So I think it's also, I don't want to make the same point we made about LSU, but it is playing to these kids' strengths. They're very different, but both of them are very much a pocket passer. So I think it's a little bit easier to have one offense for both of them than it is for LSU.
Tank Bixby comes back. I think that's another key piece to this Auburn team, giving them some continuity there. And I think he can be used even better than he was in last
They got a lot of their line back, so
use him enough.
Tank should be great this year.
Do they not use them enough? But it's how you use them, right?
Yeah.
It's not. This is the SEC.
They can catch the ball out of the backfield some. He needs to go over 1,200 yards.
Right? You need to be creative and put these guys in space and let them, use their athleticism, but not when you got 8 guys that know exactly what's coming.
All right, we got more coaches hitting the podium today. The players are trickling in. They're all around us here as SEC Media Days 2022 is underway in Atlanta. We say bye to you, Paul Feinbaum, until we see you on your show a little bit later on. Everybody keep it right here on SEC Network. We've got you covered 46 hours of coverage on SEC Network this week, and we'll be right back. Clark Lee is going to hit the podium, the head coach of the Vanderbilt Commodores. What does he have to say? We'll be back with more from Atlanta.
All right.
Academy Sports Minute.
Little TV timeout right here. Let's go through some messages, see what we got. Some people that's going to be recording the show and watching later. Big Al, what's up there, homie? Let's go over here on Twitter world. Let's see what we got here. Yep. I have some disagreements on there about some things there. Okay. And let's see what we've got over here. ESPN college football for Fox. USC's most popular bet to win the college football title at Vegas Sportsbook, Lincoln Riley. Blaine Crane on Twitter. Crane and Company. Can't wait to hear Nick Saban tell me how wrong I am about everything. Don't ask Saban hypotheticals. Yep, that's true. He don't like those questions. Why? Because he can't control the narrative. He likes to be in control of everything that's going on. You just worry about the things that you can do something about. And if you just spend a lot of time worrying about things that you can't do anything about, then it's just wasted time for him. And I guess that's a good way to look at things. Some things that you can't change and nothing you can do about it. What do you think about It's the Truth, and here's why? Let's say Kelly is the best thing for LSU. I guess so. And there's a big joke going around, number of rings since 1997. J-Lo has 6 and the Dallas Cowboys have 0. Poor old Cowboys. My granddaddy loved that team. Now, I was always a 49ers fan personally, just by the age that I am, growing up in the early 80s, watching football. Joe Montana fan here, and of course that always brings up Tom Brady. Yeah, Tom's the greatest to do it, man. I mean, who else has won at that level for this long? He's one of the very few to do it. So again, thank everybody for stopping by here on Primetime Sports Network's Matt and Todd Show on YouTube channel. If you like what you're hearing with us, and we cover our local teams here for Cherokee County this week, we'll be covering highlight teams from Spring Garden. Go back through the show and check out all the other past 4 shows. We've covered Galesville and Cedar Bluff, Cherokee County. Last week we did Sandrock. All about some, not always the championship team year, but just years that they had really good teams. And it's just to highlight some local players and names that we've kind of forgot about. And you hear those old names come up, and it's kind of exciting. So, excuse me. So again, thanks for coming by. Matt and Todd Show page. Covering here for Primetime Sports Network. Find me at Twitter at Big Matt 1977 Primetime _SEC. Let's get back on the panel, see what's going on. We'll get off here and we're going to go clean up and do a few things here around the house and see what else we can get into. Then we'll be back on for sure at 12. So let's see what's going on right now. We got Tebow.
And that team, that locker room that came from this place of trauma.
Mr. Harper.
That they, anytime anything would go bad in the game, so here we go again. Or we're just going right back to the same old Vanderbilt. Instead, you get rid of those things. You heal some of those wounds and some of that trauma. And now we're expecting to make a change. We're going to go through some adversity, and we will get better because of that. And so those are the things that he's dealing with right now. I'm looking forward to this Vanderbilt team to see if they can actually respond to some adversity now and not get in their own way. They play better at times, but they still do Vanderbilt type things about messing it up. They have to get better in that aspect.
The good news for them is that they returned several offensive skill position
Vanderbilt
players
just don't,
last
they're
year.
not able to recruit the players.
Returned a couple quarterbacks who threw
That's
for
the
over
problem.
1,000 yards. That's Ken Seals and Mike Wright, all 4 players who rushed for at least 200 yards. They've got some of these players coming back, and I think the continuity time at the quarterback position is important.
Yeah, it's huge because they really haven't had that for a long time. And, they've had some decent guys, but I think some of these guys have. Oh, yeah. If you remember back in the day though, with Vanderbilt, how did they build their program? They were successful several years in a row because they built it with guys that were veterans. They built it with guys that are hard workers and then efficient quarterbacks, right? And that is the key for Vanderbilt because you're not going to be able to out-talent a lot of guys in the SEC. But with a great scheme, with great discipline, with guys that have been in the program for multiple years to be able to get bigger, stronger, that's huge, and that's a blueprint for Vanderbilt.
We'll be with you on the other side of this press conference, but for now, we hand it over to SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey to introduce Clark Lee.
Mr. Lee's going to be up at Vanderbilt. See what he has to say.
Clark Lee became Vanderbilt University's 29th head football coach in December of 2020. He's entering his second year at his alma mater. He begins the season for the Southeastern Conference in what is often referred to as Week 0 when Vanderbilt plays at the University of Hawaii. Just the commissioner's note, I'm going to be making that trip to watch Vanderbilt play at Hawaii using my frequent flyer miles to join the Commodores in Hawaii. Clark holds 2 degrees from Vanderbilt. He arrived in Nashville after a coaching career that included stops at UCLA, South Dakota State, Bowling Green, Wake Forest, and most recently at Notre Dame, where he served as defensive coordinator from 2018 to 2020. Vanderbilt University head football coach Clark Lee.
All right, good morning. Thanks, Greg. Make sure that you get the invite to Luau in Hawaii. We won't leave you off that. I'm going to start just by acknowledging Greg, and I'm always blown away by his leadership, especially in the time of transition we're in right now in our sport. Also to acknowledge the entire SEC staff and all the volunteers that put together such a first-class event. It's an honor to participate in this event. It's an honor to represent Vanderbilt University, a world-renowned institution and a charter member of the SEC. I want to take a minute here just to talk about my partnership with Chancellor Diermeyer and Candace Lee. Before approaching my goals for our program, I think it's important to recognize the Chancellor's vision for this program to be an integral part of a thriving university community. Before we talk about program growth, I think we need to discuss Candace Lee's vision for the growth of our program to be a catalyst for departmental growth. With all the incredible things that are going on right now in Vanderbilt, the football program is certainly at a central point in that conversation. It's their vision that unlocks my vision. And without their direction, their leadership, their energy behind our efforts, there's no way we can reach as high as we're reaching. But it's because of their support that we're aiming to build the best football program in the country at Vanderbilt University. Where we have the best school in the best city, in the best conference, with the best facilities on the horizon. As our efforts start with their vision, it's important for me to start by acknowledging and thanking them both. It's awesome to be in Atlanta. I had the chance last night to spend the evening with some of our alums who were doing great things here in the area. Building out the Vanderbilt Football Network and connecting the Vanderbilt community has been an aspect of year one that's been totally energizing to me and fulfilling to me as a member of that community myself. It makes me proud to witness the important things that our alums are a part of, the impact they're having across the country. All of that motivates me to prepare the next generation to maintain that legacy. And so with that, I have 3 men with me today that are perfect representations of our program. Anthony Orgy from Dallas, Texas, Mike Wright, who's from right here in Atlanta, and Ben Bresaman, who was born in Atlanta and who prepped just down the road in Cumming, Georgia. As you get a chance to meet and get to know these guys, understand that they're examples of precisely why our football program is important. Vanderbilt football is home to many young and driven, talented young people being trained every day to collaborate, care for one another, problem solve, fight through adversity, take ownership, compete, and win. You know, we view the members of our team as the future leaders of our community, and that puts into perspective the important work we undertake in assisting them through what is a pivotal time of growth in their lives. Our mission is to guide and support them through the many challenges inherent in learning and growth and development, while on the largest of stages and under the brightest of lights. And so that's important to us in our fight, and we will continue on that mission, accomplishing this by teaching them to remain tethered to values and principles, to always place standards over circumstances, and above all else, to honor our program's covenants, those sacred promises we make to one another. I want to recognize Anthony, Mike, and Ben as impeccable representatives for our players that are back in Nashville. I'm excited for you guys to get to know and make connection with them today. You know, a year ago, I talked to you about the strain of resuscitating a program and aligning a group of people who would come to find themselves under new standards and expectations while not having made the choice to be a part of it. These standards and expectations had come to define their daily life. And by the time I was in front of you last summer, we had partly accomplished our goal of driving compliance within the new program model. Once we reached the season, we were forced to confront our reality, and our physical, mental, technical, and tactical deficiencies were evident from the start. Now, I want to be clear that the season was challenging on many levels, but we were not victimized by that adversity. Last fall was a necessary experience for us. It exposed the true starting point for this early start of our build as a program. The adversity of the fall broke off all the parts of us that were fake and unbelieving. It stripped us down to our studs. And from there, we started our build. As the season progressed, we progressed. And the challenges we endured together served to bind us closer rather than break us apart. And towards the end of the season, internally, we could start to feel the fibers of our program strengthening. We could start to feel this shift from a compliant program to a committed program. We could feel a brotherhood forming. And yet, even at the end of the season, we fell way short of our own program performance expectations. So that delivers us to Team 2. And in the off season, we've recruited into the gap that exists between us and our competition, adding more than 30 new scholarship members to our program in a class widely considered to be one of the best in program history. We've developed into the gap with over 50 players choosing to return to our program. And this is important because these returners represent our core. They've chosen to return because they're excited about their personal development within the new model. They're energized by the direction of our program. And most importantly, they care about one another. They believe in one another. And that belief is representation of the foundational relationships that have formed in our building. With that, we have the formation of Team 2, a team that will still be young, relatively young in experience, but will be further along in the formation of identity. And we want this identity to be what becomes the calling card for Team 2 in performance. It's an identity that's anchored in our concept of total effort and also the commitment to our 5 covenants: true brotherhood, pride in everything we do, earn it every day, player-to-player accountability, and recycle positive energy. A team that plays with total effort and plays together will compete with purpose for every blade of grass on the field. This fighting spirit, combined with a smart, integrative strategy, will get everything this team needs to realize its potential.
The line of progress in our program is clear internally, and it shows up in subtle ways. Small conversations and interactions, small habits, winning choices, silent commitments, work in the shadows, but it also is apparent in more overt ways. On the field this spring, we had a team that was bigger, faster, and stronger. That's a result of our efforts in our strength and conditioning program and a testament to Coach Horgan's work with the team. We had a team that started to explore what playing with total effort was about. We saw them become more disciplined and have attention to detail in terms of our operation. We saw chemistry developing within our players. All of these things are a part of the process of building a program. And though this advancement doesn't guarantee us a change in our record, it does make us excited to continue on this path of growth, knowing that we are on a course that's actualizing change. And so our goal this fall is simply to play at our highest level of the program, knowing that if we can replicate that, our best will be enough to deliver a shift in results. The idea is that we maintain a disciplined focus on the parts of our performance that we control. And that way we continue to grow this team and this program independent of the opponent we play. The focus will be on us. Any program that sustains success must first find a level of internal competence and consistency. And we aim to do exactly that this fall. As a program, we're excited about the changes that are occurring within our sport and feel as though that which makes us distinct at Vanderbilt also strengthens our position in a rapidly changing landscape. It is our distinct qualities as a program and a university that create a strategic market advantage for us through differentiation. We understand what makes us unique, and we're looking to optimize that to carve out a competitive product in our market. What we offer our team members is still grounded in the fundamentals of the student-athlete experience, with a focus on transformation over transaction, a commitment to substance over surface. These are the defining aspects of a program that I'd want for my own children, in which holistic development isn't compromised for instant gratification, and the prospect of a lifelong journey towards purpose and impact isn't sacrificed for the immediacy of result. We approach the era of transfer portal and name, image, and likeness, but first staying true to our core belief, which is that the best teams are still bound by the joy found in shared suffering and sacrifice, and a willingness to funnel individual goals through team success. This vision for team requires that every program member, staff, and player alike consistently defaults to behaviors and attitudes that strengthen the team, the aggregate of which is a competitive and collective force. With that in mind, for a year now, our players have had the opportunity to earn money off name, image, and likeness, which we celebrate as a program and we celebrate as advancement within our sport. We want to lead in this area at Vanderbilt. We want to offer a robust program and plan to help our players in the NIL space. When done the right way, we're certain that NIL opportunities can enhance the quality of life for our student athletes while maintaining the integrity of a transformational experience. However, we believe firmly that if the earning potential of our players, our team members, is greatest in their lifetime between the ages of 18 and 22, then we and our collective system have failed them completely. We work every day to protect the aspects of character building that are essential to long-term success. My responsibility as head coach is to enhance the experience of our team in all areas, while always keeping in mind the conversation that will occur in 20 years in which a man reflects on the true value, the lasting value of the investment he made while a part of our program at Vanderbilt. This serves as my rudder. This helps me shape my yes and my no. I'm proud of the work we've done to this point as a program. I'm proud of the progress we've made. I'm excited about what's to come. I'm excited about getting back to the team that awaits me in Nashville that's been fighting through the summer to continue to tile into that identity. We are on a quest to be the best developmental program in the country. And we want to set a course for our men to realize successful careers in the NFL. And I use the term career intentionally because you can get an opportunity in NFL no matter where you go, so long as you have the skills. But to establish a career and maintain a career, to sustain success at a high level, requires a certain specific foundation that you lean upon as your physical skills deplete. The Vanderbilt experience in every aspect, on campus and within our program design, provides the fundamentals necessary to form such a foundation and will ultimately drive our players to be great pros. What is most important in this quest is that we simultaneously acknowledge that at Vanderbilt we do not believe in backup plans. One of our guiding principles as a program is that better people make better players, and that our student athletes aren't on two competing paths in life, that of a student and that of an athlete, but rather they're on a singular journey to their personal best. It's our job to help them realize that personal best. And in that sense, we look forward to each one of our team members launching into impact, living a life of purpose and substance long after their time with the game is done. We know that in time, Vanderbilt football will be the best program in the country. As I stated a year ago, there are no cheat codes, no shortcuts, no hacks that will allow this to happen overnight. This is still about going the long, hard way, independent of the trends and the headlines generating the most attention right now in college football. We're engaged in what has become a unique form of team building. We're a relationship-driven, student-athlete-focused program that values the holistic development of our people over all else. And to us, this isn't an antiquated concept. It still matters. When you do the right things the right way, with the right people, with respect and appreciation, you will not be denied. When you're smart in design and disciplined in your approach, you win out in time. And that's Vanderbilt football. Before I open for questions, I want to take a moment to honor the late Jimmy Williams, who we lost less than 2 weeks ago. He was a Vanderbilt legend. He was an SEC legend. Jimmy touched so many lives, including my own, and I'd be remiss not to recognize him today on this stage. On behalf of Vanderbilt football, I send my love to his family, specifically to Chandra and Ace, and all his friends. We're going to miss him dearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Liam, Bailey, or Kiera will get to you. Again, if you can stand, if you can, that will help us. Give your name and affiliation, and we'll go ahead and we'll get started right here on the front row, right in front of us to my left, Coach.
Anthony Harson with the Atlanta Boys. Coach, of course, coming into this year, you talked about expectations and things you learned prior to last season. What are some things that for yourself that you want to get better and hopefully roll off the team as you get ready to start?
Thank you for the question. Well, one of the things that becomes a reality when you're in this role is that your development begets team development. That, the better I am in my job, the better that everyone else in the program can be in theirs. And whether that's anticipating problems, whether that's doing a better job of communicating effectively, I think specifically to address where I want to be better is a cohesive strategy for each game where we're looking at the complementary aspects of playing and winning football, and I'm doing everything I can to put the best competitive product on the field. That is my responsibility. And our goal is to play and fight and win each game, and I need to be on top of it in terms of empowering all three phases to interlock and to become a force on Saturday.
We're going to go over to our right and about the fourth row.
Good morning, Clark. Johnny Ballpark Franks with Franks Media in Nashville and Huntsville. Earlier you mentioned the changing landscape. With regards to name, image, and likeness, being in the city of Nashville, how has that impacted your program so far? And what do you see as far as the future of NIL being in Nashville?
Yeah, we have a great partnership with the city of Nashville. Obviously, we're right in the hub of a lot of activity, specifically with where our campus sits. And so we've definitely seen benefit in that. And I think
as we continue to strengthen our team and strengthen our brand as Vanderbilt football in the city, we'll continue to reap the rewards of being in such a fruitful ground. But, certainly we value our relationship with Nashville, and we think that in that NIL landscape, our location strengthens us.
Coach, we're going to go right in front of me, about 5 rows back, Drew.
Yes, Coach Lee, Drew DeArmond, WZZN Radio, Huntsville, Alabama. You've got 2 stalwarts on your defensive line from my area. I was able to watch both those young men play in high school. Davian Davis, who came to SC Media Days last year, James Clemens, and then Malik Langham from Lee High School. Yep. What are your expectations for both of those guys on your D-line for your defense this year?
I'm so excited for those 2 guys. And Davian is recovering from injury, and he's fighting his way back. He's done a great job in being on top of his rehab. He's attacked that just like he attacks everything in life. So we'll be excited to get him back. He's a leader for us. He was a captain for us a year ago.
Wow.
He's part of the heartbeat of our program. And so we certainly value Davian both as a player and a person. Malik has made a ton of strides within the program. I thought last season, he was injured and started slow. I thought he came on late. We're looking for him to capture that level of competitive spirit and effort he played with at the end of the season. He has the physical measurements to be a force in our league. And, we're excited to watch him actualize that and have a lot of work to do ahead of us to get there. But both those guys are 2 of my favorites, and we're fortunate to have them as part of our program.
Yeah, we're going to stay in the same section, even further back.
Hey, Coach, Stuart Steele with the Marietta Daily Journal. Daniel Martin from Marietta High School is one of the members of your recruiting class this year. What have you seen from him in his first year with the program, and what does he bring to the team?
So Daniel was an early enrollee for us, and we his skills are apparent. Like, we knew that in recruiting. Just like any freshman, he needs room to grow and develop. So we're going to give him that room. But we're excited to see him come back after a summer of training, and obviously the experience through the spring where he got to know the structures of the defense and how we operate. That'll give him a great launching point heading into fall camp. And so he's athletic, he's long, he's got range. But just like any freshman, we got to give them room to grow and develop into the players they're going to become. But we're certainly excited about Daniel.
Good. We're going to go down here on our left side in the middle. Right here.
Christy Roy, NBC Sports Edge. How have you watched Wright in this quarterback room progress overall? And just generally speaking, how important do you think mobility is to quarterbacks in the modern era of football?
Well, I think it's all about moving the ball, right? So, one way to do that is with a mobile quarterback. And Mike Wright happens to be one of the best in the country in that respect. We want him to develop as a total quarterback, which he has. And he's demonstrated leadership abilities too. And so we're excited for him to enter the fall as our starting quarterback. He knows that he has to earn that every day. That's part of our covenant. So,
right. Not Ken Seals.
That we're fortunate to have, a second quarterback with a ton of game experience and starting experience in Ken Seals. I want to say this because I think it's important. We had a challenging conversation at the end of spring to set a course through the summer. And our staff got together and say, what is the best course forward here? What is the right thing to do to set a trajectory for our offense? And the end of that conversation was communicating that Mike was going to enter the fall as a starter. And obviously that conversation is easy with Mike and harder with Ken. And I want to just give credit to Ken Seals because in an era right now where 9 out of 10 times that player that's getting the disappointing news makes the choice to move on. Ken Seals set his jaw and made a determination that he was going to earn it every day. And so what I've been proud of from the 2 of them, and one of the challenges that I issued to them both was we have to cease to compete for that spot alone and start to compete for the personality and identity of our team, meaning their position as leaders in our program is more important. The team success is more important than that battle between individuals. And so we can be great competitors on the field, and I expect that. I expect ruthless competition for that job every single day, but we have to be collaborators off the field. And I've seen growth and maturity in both those guys in that respect. And that's going to go a long way to develop
the other 10 positions on offense on the field, independent of who the signal caller is. But we're excited for that competition, that battle. We think Mike has a lot of skills that we want to use. Ken Seals has proven that he can do it as well. We have young quarterbacks, too, that are anxious to take their swing. And in our program, competition is the ultimate motivator, and that we want that to be true of every position.
Coach, we're going to stay in this section in front of me about midway back.
Hey, Clark Wilson Alexander with the Advocate. Having spent 3 years with Brian Kelly at Notre Dame, what is it about him, his approach, his style, whatever it is, that makes him successful?
Well, he's a great dancer. And Coach Kelly is, I would count him as one of my greatest mentors. He took a chance on me as an unproven commodity. I was a linebacker coach, having never coordinated, and he gave me the opportunity of a lifetime. And it wasn't just that he gave me the job and said, "Hey, you go do it. Let's see if you're successful." But he invested in me every single day, and I learned a lot from that experience and from the development of that relationship. Beyond that, I think I reflect back on my time with him more in this role than I ever did while I was sitting with him, learning from his methodology. Coach Kelly's smart in design. He cares about the little things. He wants attention to detail in the program. He's accountability based. He cares about people. He's a big proponent of the weight room and building out your team physically and mentally. All those aspects we've carried forward as a part of our program too. So there's no mystery in his success. I mean, he has done it over and over again. It's been fun for me to reunite with him in this conference, and I count him as a dear friend and a mentor, and I'm excited for him at LSU.
Go right down in front of me in the second row, Bob.
Hey Clark, Bob Wildar, Inside Democrat. How you doing? I know you obviously weren't part of the 0-10 season a couple of years ago, but it's obviously been a while since Vanderbilt's won an SEC game. And I looked it up, your first 3 SEC opponents were combined 37-6 last year. Two of the teams that played for the national championship. How much is that, the losing streak in the conference, weighing you guys down, and you look at who you have to open against, how daunting is that?
Well, I respect your question. They're
going to open the 27th of August.
In all aspects. We don't talk about
at Hawaii at 9:30
time on it. We don't tally up the collective records of our opponents. That's just not who we are. We're not fighting to win an SEC game. We're fighting to become a dominant force within the conference. And obviously, winning in the SEC requires winning that first game. But when that happens, it's not going to be a huge celebration. I mean, we're going to celebrate everything at a high level, but we're going to shift focus quickly to the next opponent because that's what winning programs do. And so I don't take ownership of anything that had happened before. I certainly take ownership of last season. We fell way short of our expectations, but we are simply trying to build the best version of Vanderbilt football in year 2, independent of our opponents. And we think if we can reach that level of championship performance within this team, then replicated over time, we're going to have a lot of success. And that's our focus, and that'll continue to be our focus. Thank you.
Coach, we'll take one final question over to our left, second row.
Hey, Clark, Jordan Hill at Dogs 247. Just from a competitor's perspective, what's it like coaching in the SEC, and more specifically being in the same division as the national champs?
Well, I think as a competitor, you want to do this at the highest level, and the SEC is the highest level. And so what that means is, your systems are stressed and strained in every way imaginable, and it's like part of the fun and the joy in doing it. There's not a Saturday where you can sit back and relax. You have to bring it at your highest level each time you play. And whether it's, no matter who it is in our conference, it's going to be that way. And so, again, I think, as a competitor, your goal is always to do this at the highest level, to compete and play the best, to win at the highest level. And membership in this conference gives us a chance to do that.
All right. Thank you, Coach, for your time this morning.
Thank you.
All right. Coach Lee from Vanderbilt.
Coach Lee, the Vanderbilt head coach, speaking to the media here in Atlanta at SEC Media Days.
The best record, in the East over there besides Georgia, being there, side of the conference there, being undefeated, was 3 losses by Kentucky. So crap, man. It's hard. Beating the SEC is tough. They're going to have 7 back on offense and defense. They went 2-10. Like I said earlier, they're going to open with Hawaii on August 27th. Cover CBS. I think they're going to play that morning, so you can check them out there, get Hawaii, see how they do. And Mike Wright, hey, he said he's going to be the hot hand. He's going to be the one giving them some play this year. Over 1,000 yards passing, 8 touchdowns to 6 interceptions, 53% on his passes there. Not Ken Seals. He's not going to be the guy from kind of what they say. He said he put up a good fight and he appreciated him hanging around and having kind of locked his jaw and decided he was going to stay there and battle. So Mike Wright, which he played 10 games last year. He's got 10 games starting, so it's Coach Lee's second season. We'll see how it turns out for him. We're always pulling for teams in our conference. It's a tough division, man. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched right in the nose. That's what Tyson said, and that's what Vanderbilt's got to do. Everybody's got a plan until they have to play, 7 or 8 SEC opponents. It's tough.
And see, what I can do as the head coach of this program to give ourselves the best chance to win every week, and you kind of have to figure that out at Vanderbilt. It's a little bit different than your aspirations and where you came from in Notre Dame.
Let's throw the schedule back up again, because I think it's interesting to look through and think about where they're going. They begin in Hawaii, which, by the way, for SEC Nation, we really tried to go to that game. I don't know what happened there, but anyway.
Come on. You're supposed to let us go there. The first time getting called out.
Yeah, that's the coordinating producer, Barrett Miller, by the way. So, Tim, when you think about, though, just the challenges of traveling that far, the time zone differences, to get off to a good start, obviously.
Actually does have a lot of talent there. A new coach coming in, I think they're going to have an explosive offense. But the game I want to focus on is September 10th against Wake Forest. Wake Forest has a lot of really good players. If there is any way that Vanderbilt could be able to upset Wake in that game, I think it would bring so much momentum and courage to this team. Huge game for them.
Then all of a sudden, next you look up.
They got
Wake Forest has a lot of
starting
really good
October,
players.
Ole Miss, Georgia, Missouri.
Vanderbilt could be able to upset Wake in that game. I think it would bring so much momentum and courage to this team. Huge game for them.
Then all of a sudden, next you look up. Vanderbilt's maybe possibly 4-0.
That's right.
And then we got to start the roller coaster right here, right? And Alabama, we all know that's tough. And then they got a bye week before Ole Miss. That's something to look forward to.
Question marks for Ole Miss.
You got some. It just so matters. You need momentum, right? You need to have this thing going downhill, not uphill. Right? And last year, every single week, it was like, okay, uphill.
Well, not only that, but then they play well. They start well against Florida. Then next they give up a big play. And a great play called by Florida to kind of get them offset. But they have to kind of get out of their own way. They cannot have bad turnovers or sometimes just make the field goal. To kind of keep the momentum going. That's a lot of what Tim's talking about.
That's part of the goal, and that's part of what head coach Clark Leach just said. We're coming right back in just a moment. We've got the head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide, Nick Saban, right off to the side of our set. He'll be joining us momentarily. We'll be right back with more. He's a man of the people. He's out there signing helmets.
That's an old helmet. That's 17.
Look at that one. Hey, it doesn't matter how old it is. Get it signed by Coach Saban. You're doing pretty good. We'll be back from Atlanta in just a moment.
That's the exercise by you. I'm taking
Man, these Mayhem commercials. I don't know about y'all, but they crack me up. What a great idea. Produce those All-State commercials. Not a sponsor. Wish they would be. All-State, get in touch with me. Hit me up. MMMcKinney1977 at yahoo.com. We'll take any kind of sponsorship. That'd be great. Let's see. What we have here. We talked about Mike Wright, QB at Vandy, threw for over 1,000 yards, 53% on that. He's starting over 10 games. Ken Seals will not be their starter, so we're just taking it from Coach Lee there at Vanderbilt. Very smart guy. 3-year defensive coordinator there for Notre Dame. Did a good job there with Coach Kelly, and this will be his 2nd year at Vanderbilt. So looking forward to seeing how that turns out for him. Tim said it best. If they can win that game, they'll bring Wake Forest in up there in Nashville to play them. And hey, they beat. It's Wake Forest, but for them, that's it's a competitive game. So hey, go SEC. Maybe Vandy can pull that one out. We'll look forward to that one. And some other news: baseball. Soto, your home run derby winner from the Nationals, looks like he had over $100 million contract that they were looking into. It seems like he has rejected that contract, and the Nationals kind of fired back with holding their ground, and they're just going to trade him. So I don't know how that's going to turn out, so we shall see. Also, before we get back here, Coach Saban to be on desk. Duke and Arizona agreed to a home-and-home starting next year. So college basketball, look out. Be a fantastic rivalry. Can't wait to see that one. Next college basketball season coming around. It'll be at Duke next year, and then they will be at Arizona for 2024. It's going to be a big deal. Big deal. Now, let's see. What do we have in some more news here? Yeah, here's something that Coach Saban brought up earlier in his on-time deal there. He's talking about like a 20-team league, 2 teams of 20. What happens to the rest of those schools? So that's kind of a good question we could throw out there. Let everybody discuss that. I think, some people, we've talked about that a little bit. So, what do we think? What's going to happen to the rest of those teams? That's not part of that big class. It's not Ohio State's and Alabama's and whatever. So let's get back on the board here. The guys are back on. G-Max up here with Coach Saban, sitting next to him is his right-hand man. Sitting to his left, Tim Tebow and Ronnie Harper. And, of course, Miss Laura there. It's been a great panel this year, guys. It's really been good. They've kept a lot of good commentary going on between the coaches. It's kept me interested and to bring up questions for you guys and to listen. So it's been good. Let's get in here and see what's going on.
Tell us the whole thing here.
Well, the trash is easy. It's sweeping the floor, running the vacuum, pledging the refrigerator, putting cushions on the chairs every time it rains or doesn't rain. These are all little stuff, difficult things. But you should bring a cameraman so you can get a close up.
Can we make that happen? Can we make that happen? Honestly, if you will let us follow you around doing household chores, I promise you we will bring a camera up.
I bet you can blame the whole TV.
No, he takes it.
Tim's been there. He jumped off the boathouse. He knows how to do it.
I saw that. When you think, Coach, about another opportunity with a team that is so motivated for all the reasons that we know, what are your outlooks for this team, knowing these guys the way that you do, and knowing that a lot of them are going to be much improved? Already they were great last season. What do you expect this year?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, can the players stay focused on the right stuff? You got to stay focused on development, improvement, preparation, doing the things that you need to do to play to your full potential. And you got to do it individually, but you also have to do it collectively as a team. And I think that's more difficult to predict, in this day and age, because you have more changes on your roster, especially at the top end, where you got guys transferring in who may end up being starters who weren't even on the team in the spring or definitely last fall. So how all those things fit together, I think, are very important to the team dynamics that are going to create the variables that help you reach your full potential as a team.
Coach, we talked to Bryce a little bit earlier, and he said last year was a failure. Bryce, you got to the national championship. You had a great game. You won a Heisman Trophy, and said, no, it was a failure. We didn't accomplish our ultimate goal. When the goals and the expectations are so high, how do you avoid from looking ahead, looking 15 games down the road, as opposed to playing the game that's right in front of you?
Well, I think, what we try to emphasize with the players is not focusing on outcomes, but focusing on the things you need to do to get the outcome. Mm-hmm. And that's a day in, day out grind that you have to go through as a player, which all you guys have gone through, to try to get everybody to play to their full potential, their capabilities. And as a coach, that's how I sort of evaluate whether we succeeded or failed, not necessarily whether we win a championship or not. Now, to our fans, it's win the championship. All right, so, we won the SEC last year. We beat Georgia. We had a tough time at the end, losing a couple receivers, losing the corners. They had a great team, and we had to beat the same team twice. So who knows what's going to happen this year and how you control the variables and the factors that keep your team focused and keep you on the right track to be able to accomplish the things that you need to accomplish. But I think day in and day out, that kind of focus on the process of what you have to do to be the best is the most important thing.
To accomplish the things that you want to accomplish, you need a lot of good playmakers. And every year it's felt like somebody else has really stepped up for you guys. That kind of been under the radar, or we know is talented, but then all of a sudden has an unbelievable season, like a Jameson Williams last year and Dante the year before that. Who might be one or two of those guys that you think, yes, they're good, but you don't know how special they're going to be?
Jameer Gibbs was in spring practice, so he made an impact. We all hear. I think that we have a young receiver core. I don't know who's going to come out of that group, who's going to make an impact, but the kind of team we have, I think it's important that someone comes out of that group who's a playmaker. To me, in college athletics, if you got guys out here that they can't guard or they think they can't guard, that's a huge advantage for you offensively, especially when you have a good quarterback. If you have two guys on defense that can guard their guys, that's a huge advantage in terms of what you can do on defense. All right, so both of those things are big questions on our team, and it's going to be important to see how we can develop and manage those two positions that are going to make a huge difference.
Coach, I always hit you with defensive questions, so I'm not today.
Well,
that's new for me. I want to talk about the offensive line. You bring in Steen from Vanderbilt, you do some other things right here, and that was the biggest question mark for Alabama. One of the greatest teams that you guys had, and last year, how do you guys continue to improve in that? I know you brought in a new coach, but is that still going to be the question mark or something that you're looking forward to see how these guys do in the real game?
Right. Well, I'm really pleased with the coach that we have. And he's done a really good job of developing relationships and helping improve the players that we have. We brought in an experienced player, as you mentioned, who could play left tackle, who I think can be helpful. But I think the offensive line is something that is one of these challenges for us in terms of being able to run the ball more consistently and effectively and to be able to protect the quarterback, in a better way. But I also think we have to do more things that don't put as much pressure on the offensive line because we couldn't run the ball very well. We had really good wideouts. We had a great quarterback. We became a passing team that dropped back a lot, and that puts the most pressure on the offensive line. So we took an area of our team that wasn't a strength and put the most demand, on what they needed to do. So hopefully we'll be able to create opportunities. Yeah, well, we can throw the ball, but maybe we don't put as much pressure, whether it's play action, advantage throws, RPOs, whatever, so that they don't have to block everybody like a drop back pass.
Great stuff, Scott. Great stuff, Scott.
Coach, you gave some advice to some reporters up there. They were asking about what would be something good for young reporters to do, asking honest and fair questions with your advice. So you've made it this far without being asked about Jimbo Fisher. I'm going to do it now, but in a slightly different way. I know you put it behind you. I know he's put it behind him. That's what's been said. But as you look toward October 8th and what's going to happen when you guys welcome A&M to your place, how do you think some of the events of the offseason will shade what happens in that game?
I think the game's about the players. Jimbo and I wish you had some of the arguments we had in the staff room.
Basketball court as well.
The basketball court too. But this one have to be public. But the way I look at it is, when people make comments about Nick Saban, I listen. I try to learn. I try to make improvements in my own self by self-assessing in terms of what can I do to get better. Ms. Terry used to kill me when I first became a head coach about I did a terrible job with media. And I said, you're crazy. I'm okay. She said, you're anxious, you're nervous, you're hurt. Said, that's why they kill you. So I looked at it. She was right. I tried to change, and hopefully I do a little better now than I used to.
The gaming landscape is something that's remarkable. I also want to talk about the state of the SEC. You've been in the league a long time. Obviously, in Alabama forever, and then LSU before that.
forever it was a line of scrimmage league. It's all about 3 yards in a cloud of dust. We've seen great quarterback play infiltrate the league in the last decade and change. How has the league changed beyond just the great quarterbacks? Because it feels like philosophically the league is so different than the league you stepped into 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I think the game has changed.
RPO.
The whole game has changed.
How kids are built and how they run the offense now. You got, lengthy, more athletic players, linebackers, how you have to play the RPO.
On passes behind the line of scrimmage, you block downfield, which they give them a yard on that, so they're really not behind the line of scrimmage. All right, so those things made people go to spread offense, made people defend 53 yards wide and 100 yards deep, vertically and horizontally. So the easiest plays to defend are interior runs, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. The things that are more difficult is how are all these good players playing in space? How do you contain those players and play those plays, because they're all tied to runs. Right? They're advantage throws with almost every run. So if you play to stop the run, they're throwing the ball. If you play split safeties, they run it. So it's a completely different game now than it was, back in the day, even when you played quarterback. And all this has happened in the last 10 years.
Yeah, Tim was part of that RPO stuff, though.
I want to go big picture for a second, because you're someone that's been in the game for such a long time and you loved college sports, college athletics, college football. And one of my favorite parts about it is the rivalry games. And in a time that is changing so much, what is your opinion on how we should kind of keep some of the rivalry games and the traditions alive with it changing so much? You look at USC, UCLA, going to the Big Ten, and who knows what's going to happen. And kind of what's your heart say with that? And been in so many huge rivalry games, Michigan State, LSU, Alabama, all the places you've been.
I think traditions of college football are very important and something that we should
It's the most important thing.
try to respect every way that we can. Now, I know a lot of these decisions.
There could be new rivalries,
based on
Why can't there be?
money. Like my old guy in West Virginia used to say, it's not about the money, it's about how much. And I think sometimes he's right. And that's why some of the things that we're doing is happening the way it's happening. But I think for fans, which we need to respect the fans in terms of competitive balance, quality of games, how many good games get played, and the traditional rivalries that fans look forward to. I mean, each and every year. Those things are important, because if you really want to talk about the financial aspects of the game, the fans coming to the games is the most important part of that. And the things that we can do to protect that, I think, are very, very important.
And what those games do for their cities and the
rivalries are part of bringing the fans.
So, Coach, Will Anderson, my favorite player. Now, how would you tell me, number one, how much he has meant to coming to your program, what he's done for you, having one of the better defensive players since you've been there, what he's done to that program, and are you going to be able to get more guys to take more PR classes like him? Because him in front of the microphone is absolutely amazing. And can you get more players to do and follow his steps?
Will Anderson's going to be great this year. He's getting overlooked because of Williams.
Program that we put our players through.
And just is.
So that
Will Anderson's a freak.
Learn how to create value for themselves when they do get a chance to be on media. All right, but Will Anderson, I know he's a great player, but this is a great person, a great leader, a guy that sets a good example in everything that he does, in terms of the kind of character that he has, going to class, doing the right things in every aspect and every regard of his life. So graduate in December. So the example that he sets on the field, the leadership that he has, how he impacts other people. I know he's a great player, but he's just as good at all those things. And when you have the best people on your team or the best
17.5 sacks, SEC record
for you as a coach.
I know it's not the ultimate goal. It's a team game. But what does he have to do to be a finalist for the Heisman?
Will's not going to get overlooked by anybody. I'm worried about how they're going to scheme
in the country
for him this year.
Even closer numbers.
They should have made a trip for the Heisman last year.
That you need for that.
How can you put two guys from the same team?
In Alabama, your 27th season as a college football coach. What makes you happy about your job these days?
I love my job. I love it. I love the relationships with the players. I love the competition. I love, the preparation for, the games. And I just love it. And I wish you all would ask all the other coaches that come up here, because I tell the recruits I want to retire. Why don't you ask them how they know I'm going to retire? When all I think about is, what am I going to do if I retire? I love what I'm doing right now, so how am I going to be happy?
I'll be doing scraps to take you. You'd be doing household chores. And on that note, we'll wrap it up with Coach. Thank you so much, Coach Saban. We wish you the best of luck next season. We'll certainly be seeing you out there. And thanks to all of you for tuning in here. We've got more coming your way on SEC now, so keep it locked. Radio Row is all the action. That's where Greg came from. We're going to ask him how it was up there. And we'll be right back with Arkansas. That's coming up next, right here on SEC Media Day, live from Atlanta. I'm going to go to the aquarium, actually. Anyone want to go with me?
Yeah. So we're doing SEC kickoff here, Media Day, Day 2. Thanks everybody for stopping by, and people that are dropping in on the page here and coming in. Got a lot of people coming in and out and catching parts of it here. Just had Coach Saban up on the desk, and they were asking him a few questions about, how Greg asked him about how do you keep a team, to keep your eye on the prize. You had a Heisman winning quarterback, and you make it to the title game, and Bryce feels like they failed, which, he's competitive. He wants to win a title. That's why you compete in college football. The whole reason is to compete and to know that you're the best of the best. You beat the best. Because Ric Flair said, to be the man, you got to beat the man. Well, Georgia was the man, and they beat him in conference play, but it's just almost unheard of to be able to beat a team twice. And his answer was, how do you answer from that? And the outcome, how do you get to this outcome? Well, first, he's challenging his players to be able to stay focused. And in today's game, from kind of what he preluded to about these transfers, and he didn't even mention, NIL. So, you got a buddy that you roommate with, and, well, maybe he transfers out, and then you get a new guy in. And then not only do you have a new roommate, but maybe he gets an NIL deal and you don't. So, and kids are going to be jealous of each other. So how does that play in? So there's so many things to be unfocused about now and in the past year or two, I guess, but more now. And it's hard to keep a group of guys to focus on one prize, and that's just winning, one game at a time. When they make their second game, to play Texas and those kind of things. I enjoyed the quote from Saban saying, it's how you reach it, how you reach the outcome, not the outcome itself. So that kind of goes back to something old that I like to talk about with kids that I've ministered to and those kind of things, and just general life stuff, just talking with young people and being around them. Now in today's times, and I'm not going to get on my old man soapbox here, and I'm old and I know everything, and I'm not going to do that, but it kind of goes along with that. It's how you reach this outcome. So the important thing is, I've always told them that kids miss out on a lot of learning from the facts of, it's not how you just get the answer. In today's times, we just pick up the phone and get the answer immediately. The learning for my time was looking for the answer. I learned about so many things and looking for the answer. So that's part of that growing, that maturation. And two, they asked me about some players that, of course, Will Anderson, geez, man, who don't know him? And the other guys up on the line, they're definitely going to be noticed this year. So a surprising player to be on the watch for. Saban's first guy right out of his mouth was Gibbs, the running back, come from Georgia Tech. I think he had 750 or 760 so rushing yards over there at Georgia Tech last season. So I'm curious to see. I don't always put them right up on the pedestal. Yeah, we do that a lot with Alabama running backs. There's been so many greats. Gosh, we could start back from Mark Ingram and go all the way through from the Yeldons and Lacey's and Trent Richardsons and I already said Yeldon and Derrick Henry. For God's sake, he was a man out there playing with a bunch of kids that seemed like Heisman winner. And that's interesting. So I want to see how he does in the SEC. So I got Mark Wright on here, Vanderbilt. Let's see what Mr. Wright has to say. Vanderbilt's quarterback.
Sure, it was Ken Seals. What's that relationship like, and what did you learn kind of going into the late part of the season that makes you ready for this year?
Well, see, off the camera, people don't understand. Me and Ken are close. That's one of my best friends, and so he pulls things out of me that I don't think that I have, and I pull things out of him that he doesn't think that he has, and so there's always that level of growth, and there's always that level of preparation between us, and that's the entire quarterback room. We all prepare like we're taking the snap first, because you don't know when your number's going to be called. That's something you don't control as a player. But one thing that you do control is your effort and your attitude when you go out there. So no matter if it's number 5 or number 8 that goes out there, or any number, we're going to get everything we have.
All right. You fired me up about the suit in your whole game. Fire me up about Vandy football.
Like a purple and gray plaid sports jacket. It's pretty cool.
The highest level as a team and as a program.
And a blue bow tie.
And so that's what we're going to tap into. That's what we're going to do. That level of progression is there. We've been working really hard this offseason in the spring and on into the summer. We have week 0. We had a game week 0, so we're excited. We're embracing that role of having one of the first games in college football this year. And so, I mean, we're excited. We're excited. There's a different latitude. There's a different mentality in our facility. And at the end of the day, nobody can put the value in our program but us. So we choose what that value is, and we'll find out what that value is pretty soon.
Smart young man.
Good luck on the opening part of the season, right?
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Very well spoken.
Excellent answers from right there. Also, I think Peter Burns took a teasing comb to the mustache today. It's got more body than
Peter Burns, shout out. Rocking that stash, man.
It's a finable offense.
Yeah. Anyway, should we start like just kangaroo court?
Yes.
Yeah, the starting bid on the fines for Peter Burns' mustache, I'm going to put it at like $10, but we can keep that going a little bit higher. We'll see if we've got the cash. All right, let's talk Mississippi State, guys, quickly.
Peter Burns, capital ESPN, follow Pete. That's a good job. I like Peter.
We're going to start with underrated teams, actually. And Greg, I want to start with you. What's a team we should be?
Mississippi now?
No. One part of the rundown, I was going to like smooth it out.
I thought you were leading me into it.
Anyway, they are going to be there later, but now to a team that you get to choose all on your own, Greg.
Let's go.
Who should we be looking out for?
I got South Carolina, and I think there's a lot of buzz around this program. After Spencer Rattler committed on the heels of the Duke's Mayo Bowl victory, that was a remarkable performance against North Carolina. You see the buzz starting now in Columbia. They have offensive playmaker. I think Jaheim Bell's got a chance to be legit. I think Antoine Wells, the transfer from James Madison, could be the real deal. Defensively, they're great against the pass. Can they solve the problems up front against the run? It's the only question I have. This is a scary team as they head into 2022.
Greg, I agree with you. I'm also going to say in the East, though, with Kentucky, I think Will Levis is one of the better quarterbacks in the SEC. Chris Rodriguez is a really good running back. I think they're going to have a pretty good scheme and offense around them. The question mark is, can you have an explosive receiver or two? If they do, I think Kentucky's got a chance to really contend in the East. Coach Duke's going to have their defense on point. They're going to play to give up the short in front of them and not give up the big play. And I think they're going to be in a lot of games in the fourth quarter.
For me, it starts with that man right there, Sam Pittman and the Arkansas Razorbacks. I've been harping on them for the last few years. Now you got the quarterback in place with the experience that you want. AJ Jefferson, all he does is make plays. He can throw it all over the ballpark. Yes, they must replace Treylon Burks and his playmaking ability, but you got the quarterback. You bring back some great players on defense like Bumper Poole, and also my favorite safety and DB, Jalen Catalon, will be there making plays all over the place.
That's a big get for Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, Tim, you said earlier in today's show that you think Arkansas is a top 15 team. Just add on to what Roman said.
Just love the offense. Underrated teams that want to combine 19 games last year.
I mean,
listen,
he said South Carolina.
Like, dang, man, like I think it's a memo.
That's what happens. Get named before the rest of
them. That was the first thing they told me, too. You can't take South Carolina. Those are great teams. Have a good pick.
On Arkansas, why do you like them?
Well, first, I love the culture that they're building. I love the strength program. I love the way that they're building a family and they care. I think it's what Coach Pittman has done with that is awesome. The buy-in that they're getting. You look at guys that could have left and they're coming back for 6 years. I love that. And then this offense, I think with KJ Jefferson, it's different. It's hard to stop. I think they also need to see, they're like Kentucky. They need a receiver or two to step up. I think that's a weakness on their team. But if they can get that, I think they're going to be a really good team. I think Drew Sanders, the transfer from Alabama, is going to really help on defense as well. I think there's a few questions at corner, but man, they're a team that plays so hard. And I also think that they're going to be really a team that's going to be in a lot of fourth quarters. And if you can pull up, win a couple of those games in the fourth quarter, I think you can see Arkansas having another similar record to last year.
Yeah, 9 wins last year, and they were in the top 10 in AP poll for the first time since 2012. A big opportunity against Cincinnati early, too, to sort of make a statement.
They're going to take care of business that day.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
I think that'll be this year's Ole Miss what Ole Miss was last year. I think it'll go up to Arkansas legit. Yeah,
10 wins.
10 wins. They'll get up
I think
there.
Kentucky could get to 10 wins as well. Great underrated teams from you guys. All right, when we come back, we were actually talking about Mississippi State, and Mike Leach hits the podium at 1 p.m. right here. So you'll hear from the coach who I gotta say is the most interesting at the podium that we'll ever see. So get ready for this. We'll be back from Atlanta.
Okay. Taking a commercial break there. Head over here to our Twitter page, and I had a question come up here about a foregone conclusion, maybe about the Heisman. The question is, where's the Heisman going to land out this year? It's a good question. What's everybody think? We got everything going off now about Mike Wright being the starting quarterback at Vanderbilt. Also, anybody thoughts on that? And that's all the. Oh yeah, the All-Star game. I picked some teams, and of course, Soto and the guys, and Judge, and of course they're all going to be in the mix there for the All-Star game that takes place here. Yeah, it's interesting. Gigi Jackson's decommitment aftermath. Found that over on 24/7 Sports. When Will Anderson was asked about why he's playing this season, because he could have left. He could have went and made a lot of money. Quoted by Josh Payton on Late Kick. He just says, I love football too much. I committed myself to Alabama, quote unquote. There's stuff about Dante Moore moving up in the rankings very highly. Now we'll let's ask this: who out there, I guess, would say they think that Arch is going to be better than Bryce Young? Bryce being what he is, and to win a Heisman Trophy and put up numbers, break all kind of numbers at Alabama. Because we go by the numbers that people's put out there of how they graded him, not by his stats. Because there's other people with better stats and throw the ball completion percentage-wise better. So is Arch going to be better than Bryce? That's a question you could ask yourself about when you start thinking about making a list for, quarterbacks coming in for the class of next year. That's something to think about. I wouldn't see how anybody could think that, but obviously a lot of people do. Okay, let's see. Adam Spencer, his favorite helmets: number 1, Florida; 2, Tennessee, and carries on of Georgia, Missouri, LSU, 5. Breaking out of the top 5 is Auburn at 6, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Arkansas, Bama rounds out the top 10, Kentucky, Vandy, Mississippi State, and A&M last. Favorite helmets. Yeah, the Gator's cool on the side of the helmet. They're definitely a 1 or 2. If we're just going to put letters up there for as far as like Tennessee or something, Tennessee and Georgia would be up there in the top 5 for sure. LSU helmets, I like their helmets too, especially the white. Those are really cool. I would definitely have Ole Miss. I like their helmets. And I really like Arkansas's helmets. I like the hog on there. They would definitely be above SC or Auburn. Probably have them out of the top 10. Kentucky's, that chrome helmet, well, that's the big sticker is pretty cool. Mississippi State, Vanderbilt, didn't they do some kind of cool airbrush type thing one time for something, seems like. Those were pretty cool. And A&M last, I guess Vandy, Mississippi State, A&M, any of those could be last. So that's kind of that. I'm talking about area of improvement for Mississippi State, running the ball better, and that's just this is just not part of Leach's MO. So we're going to find out how that's going to turn out. Somebody asked about Diamond Dean, where he's at today. Today, they are handing out pads at practice over there where he's at Chattooga over at Georgia. That's what he's doing today. He'll be on with me in the morning, and we'll be over here Wednesday morning. Be a sore day for me a little bit. We're still going to be back at 8 o'clock because Coach Pittman will be on at 8 o'clock in the morning. So before we get off today, let me remind everybody, we'll have Coach Pittman on. He'll be on the podium up there at 8. And then after him will be Coach Smart. He's going to be bringing Bennett, Nolan Smith, and Cedric Van Pron with him at 9:30. Following him from 9:30 will be Florida's Coach Bill Napier. He's going to bring his QB with him, a lineman, Richard Gorig, and linebacker Ventrell Miller. Sorry if I've missed these last names, guys. I said yesterday, I don't know where these people are from. I've never even heard of some of these names. And last to round out, Coach Stoops. He's going to be bringing in old Will Levis with him. He is anticipated to be highly ranked this year. A lot of buzz about him. Some people feel really good about him coming in. I had him up in the top in my QB power rankings. And they're going to have a guard, Hornsey, and their inside linebacker, Square. I really like him, DeAndre Square. Boy, he's really fun to watch. And they'll kind of round out the day for Wednesday. Thursday will be the last day. We'll be on again, 8 o'clock, guys. Remember, if you want to catch it here first. Stop by here, hit the subscribe button, hit that notification bell when we go live. Auburn will be on at 8 o'clock. He's going to have Tank with him, and Derek Hall. Really like him a lot, too. And John Samuel Schnecker, tight end. Really enjoy him. And next we'll have Tennessee's Coach Heupel. He's going to be bringing Binister, wide receiver, with him, and his defensive back, Emmanuel, and a lineman, McGruer. Really like him too. And last but not least, Jimbo got in trouble for just going off and personally attacking people and telling them to call him a czar and like calling him out, telling them to go check Saban's closet and just overreacting. He should have just thought about it a little bit longer before he started talking. And Saban shouldn't have called Jimbo out neither, so I'll see both sides of that. But they're both men, and we know that that's not definitely the only arguments they've ever had. Geez Louise, you could go to some coaches' meetings. I'm sure they're way worse than that. He's going to have his defensive player, Jimbo's with him, Richardson, and offensive line Robinson, and a super special player, Anaya Smith. Really like him. Can't wait to see them on Thursday. So each day, guys, we'll be back in the morning on Wednesday, 8 o'clock. Coach Pittman. So, again, we thank you guys for stopping by the page here, covering for Primetime Sports Network. Find me at Big Matt 1977 over on the Twitter page, primetime_SEC. That's kind of a look at what we're going to be going with. And today, we're a little while away from Coach Leach. Very interesting guy. He's going to be bragging with him, Crumby, and his linebacker Watson, and, of course, Austin Williams. Like to see how they're going to pan out because good Lord knows they're going to throw the ball all over the place. So let's take a break for a little while, and we'll be right back. And we'll be grab a slice of pizza here and prop your feet up. And thank you guys for joining me this morning right here on the Matt and Todd Show. This is Big Matt, and we're going to sign out for just a minute and catch me back here in, say an hour and 10 minutes. All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Primetime Sports Network. Thank you for stopping by the page again, where you can find me at BigMatt1977 over on Twitter, and we are covering day 2 of the SEC Media Day. Had a lot of interesting conversation stuff going on this morning. So we got G-Mac and Mr. Rogers up there on stage, and let's see what we got going on here. Let's jump back in. All right. Thank you guys for stopping by. I'm going to have Coach Leach up here in just a few minutes.
Great offense is going to be the year. When you look at everywhere he's been, Texas Tech, Washington State, it's that third year. He has had a 3,000-yard passer in 18 of his 20 years being a head coach. So, to me, that's scary. We talk about being scary and circling games and on the schedule. That's scary for the opponents in Mississippi State.
If he's throwing 3,000, he's deleting your number. Oh, yeah. It better be that. If you're never sniffing the he's going to hit 5. He's going to hit 5. I think Will. I think there's a lot to like about Mississippi State. Obviously, the question marks, like we talked about already. I'm a little concerned about the offensive line, as I think most of us are. You have to replace a very talented tackle across the right side with the Achilles heel all year long. That's my first concern. My second concern is actually on the defense, where they're excellent. They are very, very good defensively. They throw the kitchen sink at the opposition. I think it causes chaos for opposing quarterbacks. But one thing we found as the season went along last year is that while they are willing and able to punch you in the face and are playing extremely physical brand of football, they also are susceptible to teams that try to use their athletic advantage. That's why Ole Miss just threw it out in the flats and just created all this horizontal movement, and Mississippi State couldn't keep up. Guess what Texas Tech did? The exact same thing. So they got to be able to improve defending the edges of their defense, because that's what got them at times last year, especially down the stretch.
Part of that, don't you think, too, is Zach Arnett is so willing to give you a million exotic looks that at times it's boom or bust, right? Right. So you kind of put yourself in situations where you can be out leveraged, hoping that you bring certain numbers from one side and it hits home, but when it doesn't, that leaves you a little bit stranded at times. So, every now and then Zach Arnett can go, let's go base here. Right? Every now and then, depending on the person. That's a good question. Here's what I'll say. Just back to Will Rogers. I love the kid. He's not here this week. That sends zero message to me. That's Mike Leach. Mike Leach doesn't need his quarterback to be a superstar. Will Rogers doesn't need to be either. That's why I love him. I love Leach's approach to that. So I'm looking forward for a big year. I'm so glad you brought up Zach Arnett, defensive coordinator from Mississippi State, because I think we always glossed over him. I think he's a great coordinator. He's a great coordinator. Some of the meetings you and I have had with him, he's always so impressive that when you get caught up in the Leach offense, the air raid system, you don't mention Zach Arnett knows how to coach some defense. All right, here he is. He's always been entertaining through the years. The Pirate. It's time for Mississippi State and head coach Mike Leach. That's the commish. That's the podium. Good afternoon. First coach of the afternoon is Mike Leach, the head football coach of Mississippi State. He's a 2-time National Coach of the Year, a 3-time Power 5 Conference Coach of the Year. So that, just to be clear, a Coach of the Year in a conference setting on 3 different occasions in 2 different conferences.
mastermind behind the NCAA record-setting air raid offense. He instructed me that the line that says he walks on water is now incorrect. He actually jogs on water. He's compiled 150 wins, guided his teams to 18 bowl games, produced 7 seasons of at least 9 victories, won 2 conference division titles, the winningest coach at Texas Tech, for bowl appearances at both Texas Tech and Washington State. He has 3 degrees, one from BYU, an undergraduate degree, a Juris Doctorate degree from Pepperdine. Great location to go to law school, and master's degree from the United States Sports Academy. Coach, the head coach of a football team in Finland in the European Football League. When he's at Washington State, he taught a 5-week course on insurgent warfare and football strategies this past spring at Mississippi State. He had several hundred Mississippi State students gather for a special guest lecture on the same topic. The author of 2 books, provides, I've been told, outstanding Netflix recommendations, although he's never shared those with me. He's an expert on the best barbecue in town, and also the world traveler. So this year, Colombia and Panama, last year, an African safari. And football coach at Mississippi State University, Mike Leach. All right, well, I appreciate that. Any questions? All right, if you have questions, raise your hand. We'll get started right away. Leah, Bailey, and Kiera, we'll get to you. We're going to go right over here on our left, 3rd row. Coach, right over here to our left. Should be good. Go ahead and try it again. Maybe yell, maybe.
Awkward.
Let's try to get, do we have another microphone? We go ahead and get the sound in the back up, please. All right, we need the question mics up, please. Let's try to get over here on the left.
They wasn't ready to take questions first thing.
Leach, Scotty from Offscript. I asked Coach Lane about the personality in Mississippi. He corrected me and said there were 3, including yourself. What possibilities you and Lane Kiffin have in playing Jackson State, being in-state competition with each other? Is there a possibility that you ever see or your team will play at HBCU in Jackson State?
You know, I'm not sure. I mean, it's possible. I think it's possible. We don't have anything scheduled that I'm aware of. Of course, on my staff, Tony Hughes used to coach at Jackson State, and I know a bunch of those guys on the staff, and then, you know, they do a really good job. And then Coach Sanders is a blast if you know him. I mean, just talking to him's fun. And then, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, but we don't have anything scheduled. We're going to go right here on this near aisle. Drew?
Here with WCZ and Radio, Huntsville, Alabama coach. I wanted to ask you about your offense. It's, of course, the air raid. You've been known for production since your days at Texas Tech. You took a jump in productivity in year 2. What's the area you think that needs to be improved the most, and what do you like about your offense heading into year 3?
Well, we've got some starts. We're still, I guess, on paper, kind of a medium young team, but we do have a lot of starts, and I think that's helpful. So we do have experience to draw on. I think we need to sharpen up our receivers. I think we need to kind of polish up our receiver play. I mean, we have good guys that work hard and, you know, a sense of urgency, that type of thing. But we, you know, I just think we need to be sharper. We have a mixture of really young and old there. And so, and I do think we're getting better. And I thought we had a good spring. But I think we can sharpen up there. Coach, we'll go over to our right, about halfway back.
Here on Saturday on South. Sinky said that you have some Netflix recommendations. Would you be willing to share those with us?
Yeah, he
I wish I'd watched more Netflix lately, and I haven't. Somebody said I need to watch The Terminal List, which I haven't watched it yet. I guess the Hidden Gem, which I think I said it last year, Operation of Death, that documentary, you need to watch that, about these international criminals that try to buy a submarine for Pablo Escobar. That's worth watching. Wish I could tell you I'd watched more Netflix. I haven't watched a lot lately. And during the season, it's good to watch, kind of get your head straight. But I'm up to date on Better Call Saul. I'm up to date on Yellowstone. I'll tell you, that's part of it. The kids got me into Stranger Things, and I'm certainly not ready for this season. I'm about halfway through. I don't know. So if you guys have any good recommendations, I could probably use them. And so I guess I'll defer to the numbers here.
Coach, we'll go right in front of me, about 3 rows back. Kurt?
Kurt Bowles from the Austin American Statesman.
Oh, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Mike. Severance is pretty good. I'm not sure if that's...
What is it?
Severance, mind control.
Analyzed.
Oh, yeah.
So I might check it out.
Well, don't try any funny stuff.
Okay, all right. I couldn't get to you. I know you've been specs with an Oklahoma desperately. I was curious to your reaction when you found they were going to be joining the conference, and how long do you think it'd take them to get acclimated to this league?
Well, I think they're kind of already acclimated from the standpoint, good teams play as hard as they can and try to improve their skills along the way. And so I think they're certainly ready to do that. I think the competition level raised. Then, from my standpoint, that especially from the Texas and the Oklahoma people, from their standpoint, I think it's going to change things quite dramatically. From our standpoint, you guys have us as having the toughest schedule in the country. So that being the case, we can't play everybody. So knock 2 of those guys off and add OU and Texas, and I probably gained about half a step, I would think. The 2 most eastern teams in the West are the 2 Alabama schools. We'll send them east, and we have to play Texas and OU, and probably gained a little on that.
Coach, we'll go over to our right side along the far aisle.
Brent Zorneman, Houston Chronicle. Coach, whose side are you on in Jimbo versus Nick?
Well, I think they both kind of illustrate the frustration of how things are, right now, and it's not sustainable, so something's going to change. Right now, we have to define what exactly is an amateur or a student athlete as opposed to a professional, and I think we need to do that. And I think there is ways to do it. I think that, some football players may be in their best interest to remain a student athlete and, under that model as opposed to professional and vice versa. And I think that's got to be defined. Currently, college athletes have more privileges than anybody at any other professional level. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't think it stays the same because there's responsibilities that go along with being a professional. And I've said this before, you've probably already written it down. But those guys lock themselves in rooms and watch film all the time, so you'll be able to get away with it. Go up to your next favorite NFL guy and say, hey, in the NFL, they're going to have unmitigated free agency, 365, 24/7. And by the way, there's not going to be any salary cap or draft. You're just going to have bidding wars and just watch the expression on their face. and don't look at anything else or write down any notes, because the expression on their face will be well worth it. And so I don't see this as, I don't think the dust has settled like that. We're in a big transition period on a number of things in college football, and and we got sharp guys actively trying to sort it out, and I hope that it will be. And yeah.
Coach, we're going to go right here in the section in front of me, about halfway back.
Good afternoon, Coach. Jacob Goins from ESPN 106.7 in Auburn. Now that you have some experience as a head coach here in the SEC West, how have you adjusted your coaching strategies with such a tough schedule year in and year out?
You just try to get better. I mean, there's not much to adjust. I mean, if you're determined to improve your team, the best way to improve the team is improve yourself. And after that, everybody gets on that page. And then if you're constantly trying to improve yourself, you're trying to get better, and you're trying to do the best you can. So you can, if you have full effort, then eventually you can improve from that and set a new ceiling. And if you're doing that all the time, if you're truly doing that all the time, then there's not much to save. I mean, it's funny because folks act like there's some kind of a reserve. Well, there's a reserve they haven't used. Well, they're playing this type of team, so we're going to perfectly gauge how much effort we, saving. Because if you save effort, you don't get to spend it on the next guy. I mean, now you do the best you can. You try to improve, and most importantly, it's important to do the best you can under all circumstances, so that you are improving, and that's what you do. You just play the very best you can, and then there's not much to change. With regard to the SEC is the most talented conference. I don't think there's any question about that. But I mean, as far as coaching your team and winning games and being the best you can with what you have, it's eerily similar to Iowa Wesleyan.
Coach, we're going to go over here on the left side near the back along the far aisle.
Yes, sir. Edgar Thompson, the Orlando Sentinel. Nick Saban's so-called blueprint has kind of provided the template for a lot of coaches around the league with varying degrees of success. Being in the game as long as you have and kind of marching to your own beat. What do you notice about what some of the underpinnings of it and why it's so successful for him?
I guess I don't fully understand the question. Well, I mean, it's on some of it's the resources of the program, not to take anything away from Coach Saban, because he does a tremendous job, and he's and then also has a big tree of coaches. But there's circumstances can be beneficial too. I mean, he's done things at Alabama that nobody thought were possible. But I would say that he's a better coach at Alabama than he was at Michigan State, for example. And so I think there's some circumstances that can contribute to, success too, that have to be accounted for. But he does a tremendous job of, getting the most out of his players. And one thing that I've always liked is, he's not afraid to coach them more. And then doing that over and over again. I mean, he's a guy that we all, admire, and of course, the magnitude and power of Alabama commands attention.
All right, Coach, we'll go right here in front of me, 2 rows, Tom.
Coach Tom Murphy, Arkansas Democrat. I think it's a new ad, but Countdown to Pearl Harbor. Something to me on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, you hear that? Countdown to Pearl Harbor. Don't miss that one.
Why no opening statement for you? And then 2 questions. Where do you think you're going to be better as a team this coming year? And then what will Rodgers need to move on this year?
Okay, so opening statements. Well, I hate opening statements, and I really don't see the point of it. And so as opposed to me sit there and think of some flowery opening statement, which I've done before,
And then at the end of the opening statement, a number of people asked questions that have already been addressed in my opening statement. I decided we just sort of cut out the middleman, and then you go ahead and ask the questions, and I'll go ahead and answer them. And then I think Will Rogers is going to improve. I think he needs to incrementally improve, and then I think that offensively, everybody working together. I think we took a step in spring, and we have to keep doing it during camp.
Coach, we'll go over here to our left.
Yeah. Mike Stefan question with the Clarion Ledger. You've talked in the past about your area, being that the strategy you have that when you go face a team is the only time they face an offense like yours. How do you, I guess, adjust to that when you're facing teams now in the SEC like in Alabama and Ole Miss that have seen your offense or 2 or 3 times now as you go into this season?
Well, so many people are adopting air raid concepts. Maybe it's not exactly what we do, but basically spread control passing games. That's all around the league now, and with rare exception, the whole NFL. So you see it a lot. It's not that all of a sudden they haven't seen it because they saw it in a number of teams that they played, or at least some variation. But football's always been a game of execution, and there's not a lot of roadrunner, wily coyote who you ambushed and fooled the other guy, and then you walk away laughing like Muttley after fell on the guy or something like that. I mean, so it's always been a game of execution. It doesn't matter what you do schematically, you have to execute well. And I do think some schemes are better than others, but the most important thing is execution. And we spend more time thinking about practice and how to, teach what we want to execute. And the more sharply refined you can teach it and focus on it, the better you're going to be.
Coach, we'll go over here to our right on the far aisle, about midway back.
Coach Kent Capps from Football Writers of America. What do you have to say to the Texas and Oklahoma fans about coming to the SEC?
Well, I look forward to seeing them. I mean, I thought they were outstanding when I was in Texas. And of course, we played them both every year. I look forward to seeing them. I mean, from my standpoint, it's good to have them back, and then, but of course, you guys can debate where everybody's best off. But now I look forward to seeing them. I know a lot of Longhorns, and I know a lot of Sooners, and coached at Oklahoma. So, I've been a Sooner sympathizer for a while, and look forward to having them back.
Question, raise your hand. We're going to go on the aisle right in front of us, midway back.
Michael Custer at AL.com. Just wondering, how have you seen the evolution of calling trick plays? How's it evolved over the years? Has it become more difficult with the offenses getting more exotic and hard to trick people?
I'll tell you that, you bring up something that I've kind of thought about a little bit. I wish I had a good resolution to it. No, there's still trick plays. They still do trick plays. And trick plays need to be executed well. So trick plays have a value of the opponent seeing them. Just from the standpoint, now they have to adjust and they have to, deal with something. And then the other thing, and then their imagination, of course, can go wild on what else may be coming, And so it does create a certain amount of psychological damage, whether it works or not. And it depends. I mean, there's all kinds of trick plays. You can think of all kinds of them. The rules have kind of somewhat aggressively tried to prevent trick plays, which I don't care for that approach. One rule after the next, that over the years that you can't have trick plays. You can't have a certain type of play, which essentially was a trick play, which is probably a good idea. But, people squawked enough that they legislated against it. I actually wish we still had drop kicks, but not the perfect guy to do it to at Washington State. Logan Tago, he can drop kick it about 50 yards out. Anyway, so, yeah, there's a I like to homogenize and, make football kind of a cubicle game, and I think that some of these rules eliminating trick plays do just that. I think that of course is ridiculous. But I also think that you got to pick your type of trick play, and so there's more three-man fronts and nickel and dime packages as a result of people throwing it a lot more. So this notion of getting behind them is more difficult because teams are playing looser. But that doesn't mean there's other trick plays that you can't do underneath. That's pretty good, and you'll see some every year. I do think there's a little less, though. Like, for example, I think take the RPO crowd, for example. I think the RPO guy has 2 or 3 reads of play. And it's not really a trick play. He's just going to try to put the ball where the defense isn't. But, I think with those reads and things, that replaces some trick plays.
We'll go down here in front of me, Bob.
Hey, Mike, Bob Fulberg, Democrat. I wanted to follow up on Will. You've obviously coached a lot of great quarterbacks. Well, what do you really like about his game? What makes him so good? And what do you think his ceiling is? And then another one, I know you got a couple transfer kickers. How are those guys? What do you expect from those guys? Do you feel like you'll have a good kicker?
Well, I think, first of all, Will stepped in and had great leadership qualities and wasn't afraid to talk to the locker room as a freshman, which I think is one of the more impressive, courageous things that he did. It allowed him to excel early. It allowed him to focus in on playing because he didn't have some of that stage fright that initial freshmen do. So I think it allowed him to progress quicker. I think it allowed the team to draw from him and kind of unify things. I think that was very impressive. I think Will's going to get better and better, and then the better he synchronizes with the other offensive players, the better everybody is. And then sometimes I think it's difficult to define what's Will, what's the receivers, what's the running backs, what's the O-line. But, that's the thing, is football's a team game, so everybody together is the most important part of it. Something else. What was the other?
Transfer kickers, Coach.
Oh, yeah, I had good luck with kickers through my whole career, including the time a guy walked out of the stands and we went ahead and had kick for us the next week. And we definitely hit a drought last year, and that was unfortunate. And but we have several guys that are kicking, and the ones that were here in spring looked very promising and did a good job. And then we have some others on campus that really have pretty good profiles. So I'm optimistic we'll have a kicker.
We're going to go back here to the right side. There you go.
Robert Simpson, the Bryan College Station Eagle. Mike, what's your thoughts on USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten, and what do you think is going to happen to your old Pac-12 conference?
I don't know exactly. And a guy asked me something like that before. The biggest surprise in college football would be if there's no surprises, but I would say that's a pretty big one. And this is just one guy talking. I mean, I don't know. These are questions I have. The question I have is one, if the Pac-12 does manage to stick together, how much does it or does it help Cal and Utah get more recruits in Southern California? And then the other is, and I've been on long trips like that. UCLA and USC have to take 5 a year, across 2 or 3 time zones, and I think they're going to play all those games at noon, say. I bet you they play a bunch of them at night, and then they have to do it 5 times a year, and the rest of the Big Ten has to do it less than 1 time every other year. So I'm kind of curious how it'll unfold, and and I'll watch it, and maybe such a great idea, everybody will do it.
In front of you, second row.
Coach Colin Wilson with the Action Network. As a master of the air raid and doing it for so long, is there a correlation to time off 5 weeks or 4 bowl games, getting the air raid out of sync, or is it just an anomaly, or does it ever start slow? How does the air raid get affected by 5 weeks?
I've seen it go both ways, and I've seen 5 weeks pretty much go both ways with everybody. I think that, I've had 5 weeks where just ridiculously explosive, and I've had other ones where it's tough to get out of the chute. I think that, you just have to maintain the focus, and everybody's got control over that to a point, but I think it needs to be a team unified deal. And I've seen it go both ways. I do think it can make things a little more extreme.
Coach, we'll go back over here to our left.
Yeah. Mike, you were talking there about the Pac-12 a little bit, I guess. Are you excited to get back? I think it's week 2, you guys are playing at Arizona, and I guess how do you prepare for playing, I think it's a 10 p.m. kickoff in Starkville while you guys are in Arizona?
You don't prepare for it at all. You go there, win the game, and get on the plane, sleep the best you can. Have later meetings on Sunday, and then put it in and do it again.
Go over here to the right side, coming up from behind you on the other end.
Mike, John Clay with Air Leader in Lexington. Talking about the air raid, how much has your particular version of the air raid changed, if at all, since you and Al were together in Lexington?
That's hard for me to gauge because, some of these changes are gradual over the years, and, some I forgot we changed, some I forgot when we changed it, some I can tell you kind of clearly. But, if we adopt a new play, I've always tried to cut one that we have so that so we can control the package and practice and execute it, because execution's the most important. You're better off having too small of a package than too big a one. Often it's like techniques or a tag or an adjustment that may be changed, perhaps for the way you practice it. It's something you try to grow and build on, all the time. Whether it's watching film, everything from high school through to the NFL, and just try to figure. We used to call it, the whole find a better way to build a mousetrap.
We'll take one final question right in the front. Second row, Brett.
Hey, Mike. Brett Murphy with the Action Network. With all of the conferences growing, 16 teams, maybe even bigger, are you optimistic for your 64-team playoff to ever get here?
Maybe a conference championship you're referring to. I don't know. It's at some point. I'm beginning to lose track of what's a league and what's a conference or what's a division, the more the merrier, I guess, and I'm not against any of it. And then as far as playoffs, there's a lot of models, and my thoughts on the playoffs are well documented. But we have a great committee who thinks about it, considering it, and I do think it's steadily improved. So,
Coach Leach, thank you for your time this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much.
Well, that's very interesting.
For a guy who gave no opening statement, Mike Leach just commanded the podium for over 30 minutes. Mike Leach, the head coach at Mississippi State, who, when you have Coach Leach up there, you have this exotic mix of anything and everything that can come out, from Netflix recommendations to wishing the drop kick was more frequently used to talking about optimism for a 64-team playoff. But let's get to what he said about his football team. He started off in discussing the receiver play and how that needs to be polished up to be critical to their success. The sense you have as to where he thinks his team is.
I think he thinks his team is in a good spot. I mean, you look at the SEC West and you look at who has established quarterbacks. And to me, I'm looking at Mississippi State and I'm looking at Will Rogers. I feel pretty good because I've got a guy who has thrown for 4,000, almost 5,000 yards last year, a guy who is going to be in year 3 in my system, and I'm expecting him to make another jump. I've got receivers. I lost Mekhi Polk last year, but I've got Jaden Wally, a guy who broke records as a freshman. So I think that he feels really good about his football team and where he is going into this year. And oh, by the way, can we just say that he is a savant? I mean, the guy, 3 degrees, 2 books. He does everything. Oh, and by the way, he coaches football.
The ratio of the intro by Greg Sankey, of all the accolades to his opening statement, had to be like 10 to 1. I mean, his opening statement lasted, what, 5 seconds, whatever it was? His opening statement was and careful note, Stranger Things spoiler, he's only halfway through. That's right. And here's what's interesting. I want to come back to a lot of talk about the air raid. You got a few questions directly about the air raid. Will Rogers is I think, going to make it another huge step. Offensive line is a concern. But once again, I want to reiterate to the fans, the air raid, why it's difficult, is not because it's necessarily a super complex offensive system. Is that once the previous week's game is over, whoever their opponent is, on Sunday and Monday, usually you're correcting that old game, right? Going through, making corrections. No. They throw that old game away. On Sunday, they start a brand new defense. Drop 8. Here's your new responsibilities. Here's what you do against this set. So it's a week that stands alone, and that's why the air raid's tough to prepare for, because you never do that again the rest of the season. It stands alone. That's what makes it unique. Takeo Spikes, day 2 of your broadcasting career. Here we go. We're going to throw this in rest. Well, you look great.
We're going to match it. We kind of fit the mold right here together.
How challenging is that as a defensive player with what George just said, the reset, and then having to start that week to get ready for what Leach does?
I don't think it's so much challenging at all when you look at the reset from a defensive perspective, because what you do is you allow them to be able to play games. Now you get the film to where they struggle. And now you have a template that you can put in and show your other defensive players, look, guys, when we get this type of look, this is what they're going to respond to. Now, we don't know what they may go to after that, but what I can tell you, we can't do it.
It's not difficult, though. I'm going to challenge you on that real quick. Yes, it's not difficult to, scheme it up and know what they're going to do, but you got a linebacker now all of a sudden that's used to coming downhill, and all of a sudden now for 60 snaps, he's playing in space. It's a different scheme, right? You're asked to do different things as a defender. It's, again, not complicated. The game plan's not complicated, but you're asked to do something. Yeah, you're asked to do something for 7 days that you're not going to really do that much all season. I also find it interesting the way reporters will speak to Coach Leach, knowing that he invites certain types of questions, right? Because only to Mike Leach do you have a reporter who say, hey, whose side are you on? And Jimbo versus, well, can we talk about a question like that? We're going to get to address it. He did. He said they both illustrate frustration that we need to define things, right? Or we need to understand what's a student athlete and what's a professional athlete. But listen, I mean, the guy gets questions like that and just parries them and handles it and embraces it all. We're going to take a quick break. Much more coming from SEC Football Kickoff Media Days. We will talk about conference realignment. Obviously, Commissioner Sankey discussed Texas and Oklahoma when he was asked about the other day. The big news for Leach, USC, and UCLA. We'll get the guys' thoughts on how that shapes the sport as we know it. As Takeo, Jordan, and Benjamin continue on here from the College Football Hall of Fame. Glad you're with us.
Welcome to Allstate. Wait, sorry, I'm a little.
Okay. TV timeout there. All right, again, guys, welcome back to the Matt and Todd Show, your primetime sports network coverage of SEC Media Day 2. We had Saban up earlier, and we had Coach Lee from Vanderbilt. Gosh, we had some great, really had some good conversation this year. It seems like it wasn't quite as good last year. I think some of the air got sucked out of it when you want to go back and review the media day last year, like, tomorrow or at the end of this Friday or so, people are going to go back through and need content when they don't have a whole lot to talk about coming into the weekend. So everybody's going to break down each individual coach. And last year it got taken away from Oklahoma, and Texas is going to be joining the SEC in a couple of years. So all that kind of went away. So today, after that, we took a little lunch break there, and we got back at it. Just had Coach Leach up there on stage. Wow. I've never, he just come up and said, hey, let's just take questions. Yeah. And his defense to that was, why should I sit down and ponder about something and make out this big poof of a speech and have all this pretty fluff to it, and then you're going to ask me the same questions about things that I just talked about? Hey, that's a shot at media, and I consider myself one of those. So we need to do a better job in asking questions to come up with something creative, not always having to be a hot take or just something to try to make a YouTube short about, to, ask them something silly, to ask real good logical questions. And there's a lot of good guys in there that ask a lot of good questions this week. It's been pretty good. So he just comes out and opens up with, he's just going to take questions, and the mics wasn't even up. He kind of caught everybody off guard. Mississippi State 7-6 there. 8 on offense coming back, 9 on defense coming back. The guy, your boy Wheat, over there on the defense side of the ball, he had about 8 sacks or so to average last year. 7.5 is what he had, actually. I like this team. We was talking about who's third in the SEC yesterday. I think I've been joined to say that Arkansas is third in the SEC. And, of course, we got Bama and Georgia at 1 and 2. So let's get that question out there. Let's get that idea going, people, out there on the page and Twitter world and YouTube and Facebook. Who's might be the fourth team for the SEC? Consensus may have somebody like Kentucky because they're ranked right there under with Georgia, so they could be consensus to say. So that's a good question. We can put that out there for today. Anyway, Mississippi State was 4th in passing yards per game by the FBS, and Leach asked a good question. Here's something we can put out there. What's the difference in a pro athlete and a student athlete? That's kind of his answer to the Jimbo and Saban question. He said they're both just kind of frustrated about trying to define what these things are. That's an interesting take on it. Let's get over here to Keo Spikes, my man right there, played at Auburn. Tell me, dude, this guy will knock your face off. Smart young man. Enjoyed watching him play. Let's see what he's got to say.
Then you followed that up with one of the best rocket leagues of all time, the Iron Bowl, right? And then just imagine, what if you have Michigan and USC in the same conference?
Talking about some rivalries. How's this going to work out?
Conference game. So that means on New Year's, you don't even have the Rose Bowl. No. The Rose Bowl is sacred. The Rose Bowl can't be moved. It has to be polished up. But I'm joking. That went away really quickly when we're talking about $100 million for a team. The sacred Rose Bowl. How could that's gone? Like, I'm gonna go play golf over here. What's interesting, I think, is a couple things. When Greg Sankey spoke earlier, I think his opening remarks to the media, he did mention. He used terms like, right now, we're good at 60. We're in no rush to expand. There are contingency plans with every conference right now about who they want. And also thought it was interesting that he did say,
we're getting phone calls from schools that are expressing interest or what's going to happen, or we would like to, if this happens, then we would want this. So this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? Underneath the water, there is a lot of expansion that's going to happen. I just, again, would urge, being a Cali boy that grew up watching the Pac-10 and the traditions out there, that at some point, there's got to be a collective that's looking out for the good of college football from coast to coast. In the short term, there's going to be a lot of benefits, a lot of great matchups, a lot of TV money and contracts we're going to see, and it's going to be great for the sport. As long as we can sustain the longevity of what we love, you mentioned the traditions from coast to coast, to make sure there's opportunities for youth football to continue to grow, for the brand of football to continue to grow, not just in certain regions of the United States.
Yeah, you mentioned youth football, and kind of going along those same lines, you think about recruiting and the decisions that these young men are making if they're sitting in a household in Detroit, Michigan, and want to be a part of a Big Ten team, and they say, oh, I can still be a part of the Big Ten and go all the way to college. Like go to Hollywood, you know, or if I want to be a part of the SEC and I'm in Texas or wherever it may be. I think this changes the mindset of high school football players and their families coming out of high school right now, making decisions about being a part of certain conferences. Look, make no mistake, there are a lot of high school football players that say, I want to go to the SEC because I think it is the fastest route for me to make it to play on Sunday. That's been proven. It's been proven. Yes. And so now moving forward, you're going to have these two major conferences. And look, Sankey said that, you know, right now there's a pause. But as you know, as technology changes, as more opportunities come, as the money grows and the networks grow, things are always subject to change. The thing that I can say is traditions are important, but traditions are made every single generation.
Yeah.
And so
that's what
as a football fan, I don't like it because of what I'm used to. But when we think about our kids,
they don't even know this happened.
They won't. Yeah. They won't. We're not as important as we think they are, what I'm trying to say.
Sure. Tequila, real quick, in terms of you were recruited. If you were recruited nowadays, would you say to yourself, I either got to be in the SEC or the Big Ten, because those are the big leagues now. That's where it's all happening with the way conferences, which we can consider with a falling down to the two power conferences.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay right at home. It puts more of a premium of playing right in your area because, one, it allows your family to be able to come and see you. Number two, you're going to get all of the exposure. Look, guys, let's face it. At the end of the day, if you're a college kid, you look up to the SEC. Why? Because you know you're going to have an opportunity to play for an SEC championship and a strong opportunity to play for a national championship, depending on the team that you're playing for.
Yeah, just look through. All you got to do is look at the national championships over the course of the recent generation. All you have to do is look through the NFL draft board over the past 25 years. It is clear as day. Got to take a quick break. When we return, we'll get back into the schedule conversation and the impact there, specifically the SEC East and how it's all going to unfold chasing Georgia as we return to Atlanta for SEC Media Days.
There's old Mayhem again. Wow, I love those commercials. They crack me up. Let's kind of put something out there. Let's put this out on Twitter. At Hell State FB, Coach was asked about Saban and Fisher talk, and his answer was great. I completely go along with that. We'll get back to that now. I like the idea. I mean, we're challenging people to think, and no doubt that Coach Leach is a little different, and he thinks. He's a thinker. The guy's written books and things of that sort. He's got many degrees, so you can't swap it off because we know he's funny and he's antic, and the things he does are a little different and whatever. But he's right. You know, what's a pro athlete and what's a student athlete? That's a good question. I like to pose that to the audience. What do you think? I mean, how are we going to tell the difference in a pro team or a pro? Well, I guess a pro team pays their players, so but everybody gets paid, and now at college, not everybody is going to get paid. What do you guys think? What is the difference? Well, a student athlete is still a pro athlete in college because they take classes, right? Yeah, so that's kind of how that's going. I agree. I'm trying to chat with somebody here, also while I'm in commercial, and trying to do about 3 things at once right here. Anyway, yeah, that's kind of the question at hand. We'll have some other news here going on. I'm fixing to come back on. Big 12 news with the Pac-12 and deals of concerning the a combination of these teams. College football on ESPN asked a report from them to say officials from the Big 12 conference and the Pac-12 on Monday that they are no longer interested in exploring the partnership. Sources told Pete Thamel, which he was on here earlier on the media days. Big 12 source said that the deal didn't work for the conference for quote-unquote a multitude of reasons, which included the fact that any potential deal wouldn't have driven much revenue for the league. For more, you can go to over there at Pete Thamel, PETETHAMEL. Got more details on that. Go over there at his page. Find him on Twitter, Facebook, and whatnot, and share some more of that news. So we're kind of going to squash that idea. As long with Greg Sankey at SEC, we've been told for a couple of days now that they're happy at 16 teams, but they're nimble to encourage the idea that you never know what may happen or what may come along if a big division school like an ACC school come knocking like Miami or Florida State or Clemson. I'm sure they would take into consideration. It's always about this. We did this on the show 2 weeks ago when Coach O'Brien and guys were on Pacusa. My point is always this. I broke it down as like a cherry pie. Hey, it's okay. I like cherry. I actually like apple pie better, so we use that. If you're bringing good apples to make their pie better, sweeter, hey, there it is. So let's get back on the board. Keo's talking here. See what we got going on right now. We'll make up, get some more news out here. But that's some news with Big 12 and Pac-12. They're not considering to merge, so.
Can't really say I know what you do until I get 3 to 4 games on the book. When you look at them, they come out and they play Georgia State, then Arkansas. Of course, Arkansas is going to be hard. But I really got this team upsetting Georgia at home.
Whoa, wait a minute. Spot, whoa.
That's the reason why you're pointing at me.
Well, I mean, you might get out of the way. We
can talk about Auburn too.
Well, that's
another day. Okay.
Also, just so you know, all the producers in the truck right now are cutting this tape, saving it, they're putting on.
Yeah, he's going on the hot take. Keo Spot said.
I love it though. And another team, we talk about the SEC East is Tennessee. Tennessee is the team I believe is on the rise. I think they're the second best team in the SEC East after the aforementioned Georgia Bulldogs. But you look at their schedule, and they start with Ball State. Then they play Pitt, and if I remember correctly, they lost to Pittsburgh last year. I don't see that being a problem this year when they go to Pittsburgh. They've got Akron, so they can conceivably be 3-0 when they face Florida, which is a huge.
So you'll play Ball State on ESPN.
They came at home with the new coach.
6 o'clock, September 1st.
Florida. And then an LSU game, but the game I'm really circling on here is the Alabama. Now look, I'm a Tennessee fan, but I've come to understand the rivalry that Tennessee and Alabama is. It's been very lopsided, but if this Tennessee team under Josh Heupel and under Hendon Hooker can keep doing what they've been doing, scoring the points they've been scoring and running that high tempo, they can give Alabama run if they get through the start.
And a great chance to get some momentum at the end of the season. Look at October 22nd, UT Martin, then you have Kentucky at home. Yeah, you go to Georgia, but after that, you got a really good chance, depending on where they're at bowl eligibility or where they're at and pushing 8 or 9 wins with Missouri, at South Carolina, at Vandy. Second half of that season, besides Georgia, a lot of winnable games.
I had Tennessee 4-0 coming into the season, looking at the schedule. Yeah, I really like it. Herndon,
Florida is interesting.
Man, that was a tough one. Hendon Hooker. I really like what he's bringing to the table, the high-tempo offense, what they're running. It reminds me of Chip Kelly. When I talk to a lot of defensive guys and I ask them, what was the hardest thing to prepare for when you go against an offense?
Yeah, I would say,
Really circling on here is the Alabama. Now, look,
Alabama game,
I'm
cover
a Tennessee
15.
fan, but I've come to understand the rivalry that
Kind of
Tennessee
skip back on, so I don't know what
has
happened.
been very lopsided. But if this Tennessee team under Josh Heupel and under Hendon Hooker can keep doing what they've been doing, scoring the points they've been scoring, and running that high tempo, they can give Alabama a run if they get through the start.
And a great chance to get some momentum at the end of the season. Look at October 22nd, UT Martin, then you have Kentucky at home. Yeah, you go to Georgia, but after that, you got a really good chance, depending on where they're at bowl eligibility or where they're at and pushing 8 or 9 wins with Missouri, at South Carolina, at Vandy. Second half of that season, besides Georgia, a lot of winnable games.
I had Tennessee 4-0 coming into the season, looking at the schedule. Yeah, I really like it. Herndon, Florida is interesting. Man, that was a tough one. Hendon Hooker. I really like what he's bringing to the table, the high-tempo offense, what they're running. It reminds me of Chip Kelly. When I talk to a lot of defensive guys and I ask them, what was the hardest thing to prepare for when you go against an offense like that?
Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. All right. So we'll get back to some more of that. We're having a technical difficulty there. It's okay. The show just kind of keeps going on, and it is what it is. We'll get back up there in a minute. Let's see here. Some other news. So let's talk about the Big 12 news of the Pac-12. Big 12 seems to have declined any kind of further talk with them on merging as a conference. I think they had to kind of probably make that idea and squash that because of the temperature in the room of what's going on, so I had to get through that. And LeBron scores 42 in a Drew League game. Is that impressive? I know it's younger, more unexperienced guys. So, and I'm not a LeBron hater. I don't think he's the greatest player to ever play the game. I kind of like Wilt Chamberlain or some of the guys like that could, look, a guy like Wilt that could coach a game and win championships as a player is absolutely amazing. And dealing with the things that he dealt with the temperature of what was going on back then, just in society in general, against people of color. That's just amazing for him to be able to do that. What an absolute great player he was. And of course, Oscar Robertson, those type of guys are just super hustlers and just played all over the court and played above their self, back in the day. So I just say that because I'm just defending to say I really don't know about the Drew League. So, question goes out to y'all. We got some NBA fans? Tell me, if the Drew League is him scoring 42, if that's like somebody say, hey man, that's pretty dang good. Then you just would have to say, okay, that's I'd agree with you. Say, well, okay, you know more about it than I do, and hey, I put the question out there and I asked, and then some people might say, no, it's not that good. So anyway, we'll move on from that. LeBron scores 42 in a Drew League game. I don't know if that's quite an accomplishment or not. I'm asking you guys. Now, let's get on to the more at hand of what's been said here recently. Keo Spikes. That's definitely a hot take there. That is definitely going to be put out there. Keo Spikes. I wonder if he has. I'm sure he has a Twitter account. Yeah, Keo says that that he thinks South Carolina beats Georgia. Is there any thoughts on that? Trying to get some feedback on that. Hashtag Spikes. Okay. That's kind of what we're doing right here. So we're going to do hashtag Spikes. Can I see where that goes? May not be nothing. I'm sure that's going to have some things stirred up that we could definitely talk about. With all they're bringing back some quality players up front. A very exciting quarterback in Spencer Rattler. I think I had him maybe in my top 10 out of the 14 for the SEC power rankings of quarterbacks. Wow, I don't know. I mean that thought run through my head, but I have a lot of stuff run through my head, guys. So y'all don't like that, but I don't always share it though, just because I think it. Now, Keo Spikes is a man's man, and I don't know anybody that's going to go up to him and tell him in his face that he's not that he's crazy. And again, that's one of those things that we put out there. Hey, that's what he thinks. So everybody can think, what they want to. What he thinks by what he's. We can't go by what we've seen so far because they hadn't played a game. And going from last year, that would be asst 9, asst 10, asst 11 comment because that Georgia Dog defense was tearing everybody apart. Bama was the only team that beat them, and then played them close, in the title game, but that defense they got after it in the title game. That was a different team. I don't know who showed up to the conference title game, but it's definitely a different team. Jordan Davis is over there on the sideline before halftime, taking plays off. And in the title game, dude's out there balling and going crazy like we know he can. So that's what Bryce Young's got to say. We'll get back to it. Thank you guys again for stopping by the page. Primetime Sports Network covering the SEC Media Day 2 for you guys here on the Matt and Todd Show. At Big Matt 1977, find me over there on Twitter, and we're putting out a lot of stuff. Go and comment. Tell us what you think. Are you crazy? Hey, that's insane. What are you talking about, Big Matt? You're crazy. That's fine. Let's get back at it.
Having trophy changes your life. It does. So how has
Marty McGee in the house? Love these guys. I love their show. Real laid back, country feel. Really like their show.
Just for the rest of your life, it's Heisman Trophy winner. Those are your first 3 days. I don't know. I honestly not big to differ. It hasn't really changed. It hasn't really changed anything. My day to day is the same. How I look at things is the same. How I coach things is the same. It's nothing really different, especially considering I'm going back to the same place. I'm in the same spot. We have the same goals. How I look at it is it's been a huge blessing, a huge honor to win the award. But it celebrates a season that happened already. It's about last year, and I'm grateful for it, but it doesn't entitle me to anything. Where is this? My parents have it. Okay. Like you sitting on a coffee table, it looked it was for a second, and then my parents had a little bit more time. Like when the season was over, from traveling and all that. So my dad he built an office and then /
trophy room in the office. So like everything, all like the accolades and stuff and awards are there.
Okay, good. I hate when you ask and the guy's like, oh no, it's in a closet. Okay, whatever, dude. You know, I would weld it to the front of my truck.
I'm already McGee, man.
As well about
Love this show.
unfinished business
Really like it.
and about how that drives you. As you look back at that national championship game and falling short, what is the motivation now?
I mean, 100%, you know, that feeling that you feel, knowing that you were close, but, you know, ultimately you didn't get the job done. That definitely motivates me, and motivates all of us, and pushes us and drives us. You know, we were able to get there. Again, it's tough to get there, and falling short, and for us, again, that being our goal. I don't think it was all bad. I don't think it was all negative. There are positives to take from the season, but as a whole, we didn't accomplish our goal. You know, we failed in doing what we set out to do at the beginning, me individually, us as a team. So knowing that, you know, it's extra fuel that pushes you and motivates you to be better. Me be better for the team as an individual, and just us as a team to be better, do the little things right, focus on the stuff we feel like we need to improve on. And it's a day in and day out process, and you know, we're in the middle of that right now.
Bryce Young is focused on improving. Now look at those stats and think about the fact that Bryce Young is focused.
Second in all the FBS rankings.
Season record at Bama.
Passing touchdowns, 20 yards per
Bama
completion,
quarterback to win the
QBR
Heisman
88.
Trophy. Of course, Archie Griffin, the only two-time Heisman winner. And great visit with a guy who's so humble. And the Heisman's on a coffee table for a few months. There you go. Going to take a short break. Much more to come with the day that Alabama rules things here in Atlanta.
All right. So once they hit a lot of commercials here, right here in this little spot of time. Looking next on the list, we'll have at 125, which will be just here in a few minutes, South Carolina, Beamer Bowl. Young Shane is taking over South Carolina, and with Keogh bringing up that point, he comes to the desk. I don't know if he will or not. I'm sure that question would come up. I wonder if I could get Leach up to the desk. That'd be quite interesting. So again, thank you guys for stopping by here on the Matt Todd Show page, YouTube channel. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. Again, we will be on in the morning. We'll be back on. I think Diamond Dean's going to get in here with me tomorrow. I'll be on at 8 o'clock. Arkansas's Coach Sam Pittman, the boss. Really enjoy him. Really looking forward to some hog season. And Porter and the guys, Jacob Davis over there on Hog Talk. Reach out there to them. You can find them over there on Twitter and Facebook. I enjoy chatting with them. Very knowledgeable. And just give you all your coverage you need to know about Arkansas. So he'll be on early in the morning. We'll be right back in there with them at 8 in the morning. And hey, again, you know, if there's anybody out there and you catch this part of the show and you'd like to sponsor the show, we do a season pass sponsor. Last year on our Facebook reach, we were between 88,000 and 98,000 reach on the page. We also have Instagram where we share a lot of local, you know, pictures of our local kids that we cover. So if you're a local business here, or guys, if you're a statewide business, I've conversated with people on the show from Ohio to Birmingham. So we don't just reach just right here in the county, and we're trying to grow and become more, and we are now with this Primetime Sports Network, as we have people come on and talk with us that are from other parts of the land, and on Twitter there, and of course we have Apple Cast and Spotify. We're on there too. I throw up a podcast every Sunday night. I hit my phone here, and we do an hour show, an hour and a half. So if you'd love to sponsor the show, that'd be awesome. We'd appreciate it. We use the money towards, well, basically a little bit towards gas of going to these games and seeing the kids. And if we had bigger sponsors, we could go off to some college games and cover those for you guys. Whatever sponsorship you'd like to reach out to, any type would be fine. You can make it as a charitable donation. We're a nonprofit company. You know, we do a $500 for a year pass. You know, that's for the season there. We'll start August 1 with a sponsorship. And we have a few local guys here in town, Cherokee Eye Clinic, JR and April McKenzie, super great people. He went to school there at Galesville. His mom was on the board over there. He's always been a sponsor and just very giving, just a giving person, and just always ask, hey, if there's something I can do, we want to feed the kids or, have a meal, have a team come in. He's game to do that. So if you want to join and do that, we've always had Warrior Gym here in town. Ben the Bar is Kobe's sister, actually runs that gym over there. He was a guest on here. You can go back and listen to him talk. He's one of the new coaches over at Galesville. Rehab partners, they come on with us and did some stuff here recently here in town. Scott Lloyd's Legal Service, he does all kind of legal advice for like land survey stuff, and just super smart guy. I feel dumb every time I'm around him. He's just really smart. Also, Corey Culberson, super smart guy. He can go in the courtroom and take over a case for you and give you good advice. Super smart guy, knows his way around the courtroom. Corey's always been a big sponsor of the show, and we're always looking for you guys to come and join in. So if you'd like to do that, you can reach out to me and find us on Facebook and find me on Messenger. Hey, just reach out there and hit the old message button and become part of the Matt and Todd Show and help us run this thing way up and get the attention that we're looking for to help spread news about our county, great kids and coaches. And also we like to cover SEC football. So thank you again for dropping by here with us. It's 2022 football kickoff media days there in Atlanta. Sports football, college football, Sports Hall of Fame. Been in that building. Me and my son went, and my dad. Great place to go. Something you need to go see. Traffic's a little crazy getting in and out of there, but it is what it is. It's Atlanta. So let's get back at it and see what Tess has got for him right here.
And so we said everybody's trying to do a populist vote where the default is simply best player on best team at the end of the season contending for a championship. I'm sorry.
Tell us how you really
Okay. Now, this year, you're going to go into a season where obviously you have the returning candidate in Wright. You have C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. This is shocking. Here are the teams that are going to contend for national championships. Georgia can't put forth one because their quarterback's the mailman, right? It's just so obvious what the setup is for. Please, gentlemen. I'll start it off on that because until the system does really change, it is still about being the best player on the best team. That's why I believe it's going to be Bryce Young. The first to ever repeat.
First repeat, okay.
Look, how many times do you have
Rodgers calling it?
You're like,
back to back.
Second season with a new offensive coordinator. The improvements he's going to make. And yes, it is so hard to repeat because he threw 47 touchdowns last year. If he throws 44, it's amazing, but it's like, well, he threw 47 last year. Always comparing it to the ghost of winning the Heisman, which is going to be difficult. But I look at this Alabama football team. Their goal is a national championship. I believe they'll be playing in that football game. The reason they'll be playing in that football game and the way they get there is Bryce Young. So that just lends itself to the fact that if he can even repeat to a degree, it's going to be that.
Caleb Williams is a super sharp quarterback out of USC now. I don't think they're going to get a championship.
I don't think they are either, but if it's not going to be Bryce Young, and I agree with you on everything you said about Bryce Young, it could be this guy, Caleb Williams. Look, he in and of himself sent two quarterbacks to the SEC in Spencer Rattler and Jackson Dart because he overtook it. Now he's going to USC. He's going to Hollywood. He's got all the hype around him. If it's not Bryce, it could be Caleb Young. Well, I got to go with C.J. Stroud, and the reason why is this. Whenever you have a quarterback who wins money on third down, 76 completion rate, as a defender, you already know they're going to get the first down. So this guy came in, and he showed so much leadership. The thing that I was impressed with, his anticipation, especially up under the blitz. And when you have a young quarterback who's able to do that, and you can attest to this too as well, he's not panicking. He understands where the blitz is coming from and the anticipation of knowing he may not be open right here, but I know he'll be open right there. So I'm going to go ahead and let it go and trust in the process. That speaks volume, and he's going to continue to do that with the pieces that he has.
Yeah.
So look at the schedule that Ohio State, the teams that they go up against. They're slow.
I cannot agree with you more. Okay, when I size this thing up, listen, I'm not telling you he's the best player in college football. I don't believe C.J. Stroud to be the best player in college football. But I believe what you believe, the pieces he has around him and the schedule, that the gap between Ohio State and that schedule they're playing is the Grand Canyon compared to the gap between Alabama and the threat that they will face week in, week out, facing the SEC West. To your point earlier, to circle back about the voting system, why I agree with you is because there are so many voters, it becomes a box score vote. You look at the stats. You don't watch the tape. So when I watch the tape, and I'm a quarterback, I'm a little biased. I look at Will Anderson, I look at defensive guys that have been in the running, and I go, the thing is, unless you're watching the tape, you don't realize that the stats they make is one part of it. But the impact they have on the game and what an offense has to do is also Heisman worthy, and that doesn't show up in the box score. So a defender, until you're really relying on the guys that watch the tape day in and day out and see it, a defender's not going to do it because you're going to look at, well, he only had 13 sacks, not 17 or whatever it is, and that's blasphemous. So, Jordan, do you have a Heisman vote? I don't. Okay, I want you to think about this. How many hours of film of college football do you think you could show in the course of a year? Hundreds and hundreds, minutiae, granular. How much do you think college football is a part of your life in terms of conversation, research, breathing it in during the season? Every hour of every day, I wake up at 5 a.m. watching film. I can't watch enough film during the season to do my job. You don't have a Heisman vote. He doesn't have a Heisman vote. Yeah. I'm telling you, there are about 75 of the voters that are at your level of consumption and erudite lifestyle of college football. The other 850, you would throw up if I showed you this list. You would get revoltingly sick and have disdain for the system even more if you saw this list. Because it is filled with people who casually observe the sport, come and go from it, and then all of a sudden, about a week ago, they're like, oh, okay, default Alabama, default Ohio State, best player, best player. It's a joke. The Heisman, the pageantry, the tradition, the award, the brand, wonderful. The people in New York, the organization, the mission, all of it great. The legacy great. The role it plays in the sport great. The voting system is broken. It's irreparably harming what this award is. It's a joke when a guy like Will Anderson, and one of the finest years you could possibly have in the sport, was by far the most dominant player, is nowhere to be found. Change it. Sorry, Benjamin, what were you going to say? Think about it. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to have a cup of water. Get some water over here. Georgia, who was the SECs? If not Georgia, who was the conversation next, and we're working our way to South Carolina and Shane Beamer. 25.5 pounds of blocks, and I get this name right. Ooh, that beautiful beat footage.
Taco Joe Sasatori.
We should be your side at a good time.
Country finger. No, you can't. Biometric ID is an innovative new C-Class.
I'm the latest hashtag challenge. Everyone on social media is trying to. But if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, you can be left to pay for all of this.
There he is again.
So get on the stage.
Yeah, mayhem, bro. I'm telling you, now, I'm not a huge TV watcher. I don't watch a lot of TV. I get up early in the morning, and I work most of the morning, and I'm back here around the house before lunch, and got into documentaries and learning things and watching football stuff, a lot of podcast stuff from that SEC podcast. Greg McElroy's and the one he does, I enjoy it. Of course, the Craney Company, I always mention them a lot. They're so just daggum down to earth like people. And I'm saying that, to reply that it's funny. These mayhem commercials are you can call me goofy. I think it's well done. I think they're funny. I think we need more laughter in the world today. So So while we're on the Kick of podcast, you can find us over at Spotify and over at Apple Podcast. Let's see how many we've got. Well, don't give me the number. I thought it would tell me. We've got our last show was special guest, had Benton Bergeron. We talked about the top SEC QBs. And Diamond Dean Summer of Greats. Covered a local team, Saban Wildcats. Covered some of the 80s teams, and I think the 98 team. They won a state championship over there. Fire on the Mountain. Look for that book on your shelves around any bookstore somewhere. It's about that team and Coach Shakeway taking the Sandrock team to state championship. And the only team that played them close that year was my old alma mater, the Cedar Bluff Tigers. Played them the closest that year as they went on to win a state championship. But you can find us over there. The Circle says Matt and Todd Show. Got the mic in the middle, podcast, everything. You can find us over there. Also, I enjoy listening to, I listen to Joe Rogan. He's on there on my list too. Locked On SEC Daily. Go through that on today's show. They did a recap of some of the takeaways from day one. And the other day they did one where they was joined by Chris Marler from College Football Uncensored. Enjoy that too. Go over there and check those guys out. They do a good job. There's a lot of good podcasts and a lot of good guys out there that cover this sport that I wish I could be one day. Anyway, the Mayhem commercial is funny and it's well done. Let's get back at it. See what Tess is fired up about now.
If not Georgia.
If not Georgia, who?
In the SEC East. Sure. I'm going South Carolina. I love Shane Beamer, the culture that he is building there. What he was able to accomplish with a revolving door at quarterback that included a retired grad assistant and an FCS quarterback was unbelievable. Now they have Spencer Rattler. They're building around it. There's question marks on the defensive front, yes, but the offense with Jaheim Bell at tight end and Austin Stogner at Oklahoma, one of the best in the SEC, I think is going to make some waves.
Yeah, Jordan, I think it's Tennessee. And look, Josh Wright, but we didn't quite know what we were going to get from him. We knew he was an offensive genius. He found his quarterback in Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker set a school record on completions with 68.2%. Scored 45 points or more in 7 games this offense. The problem with Tennessee, however, is their pass defense was abysmal. But if not Georgia, I like Tennessee to make the next step.
I'm going with Carolina. The king, baby. You got to go with Beamer ball. You look at what they did on the defensive side. Revamped it. They last year turned around, forced the ball over 2 turnovers a game, allowed only 24 points per game compared to the previous year in the 30s. Ken Smith, self-proclamation that he's the best DB in the game. We will find out. Also, defensive lineman Zach Pickens, he's supposed to step up to the plate big time. Spencer Rattler. That's the guy. He's the X factor, along with Jaheim Bell, the tight end, who's supposed to be able to do everything. I'm excited to see Beamer ball coming up.
Shane Beamer said this week when I was talking to him about his team, he said, Jaheim Bell, if he was just a running back, nothing else, right, might be our best running back on the team. Right, so he's so versatile. I think the attack is unique. But all these answers, they're right. If you were throwing Kentucky in there, you were throwing Florida in the that's what I love about the SEC East right now is you're not wrong with almost every team here has an opportunity to play well above where they're at right now.
And we don't know. Because we sat here last year and look at all the we thought we knew, and this is what happened. So that's why I thought this season, right?
Yep. The guy who gets to coach Spencer Rattler is coming up in just a couple minutes. We will have Shane Beamer
10 minutes.
Spencer Rattler there. That guy was the #1 quarterback recruit in the country. A year ago right now, he was the Heisman favorite. 2 years ago at Oklahoma, he was got a 75% completion, 3,000 yards, 28 touchdowns. Let's see what he does now. His SEC Now Special 2022 SEC Kickoff is presented by Regents, official name of the SEC.
SEC MD, SEC MD 2022 hashtag. So the guys on the panel there, they like South Carolina to maybe be that other team, in the East that could compete with Georgia. I don't know. Who am I to say, to argue with them? These guys played football at high level. I value their opinion. I couldn't disagree. And one of them picked Tennessee. It's a lot of potential. There's a lot of things out there that we don't know, and like he said, it's talking season. So that's what we do. We talk, and honestly, that's really all I'm good at. So that's what I'm doing right now. besides the regular 9 to 5. Let's go back to Joe Tess. He calls out the SEC. Sorry. He calls out the SEC on my brain here. That's all I've done all week, man. I've been trying to gear up for this and make sure we have some good content and have good conversation as we cover the media day here, day 2, right here for Primetime Sports Network on Twitter at BigMatt1977. Subscribe there on our YouTube channel if you're listening. Get updates. We'll be back on in the morning at 8 o'clock. Diamond Dean should be here. I don't know if he's going to be here at 8. He's not the earliest of risers. But back at it. Tess calls out the Heisman Committee. I think it was ballsy of him to say that, honestly. He's saying what a lot of us think, especially us underling of the news media that covers the SEC. There's a lot of names on there. And I think he said it best. All those names on there are people that just nonchalantly look at the list and check Bama, Ohio State, Clemson, whatever, just because those are the names that you know of college football. But do you really know it and study it and love it and do it every day? I'm watching videos every day. I'm on podcasts. I'm at the gym. I'm listening to somebody talk about it, or I'm talking about it personally with my co-host Dean or other friends around the community, coaches, what little they get to watch, because high school coaches in about any area, they're not watching a lot of college football, but they do know about it somewhat. So yeah, that committee, like Roger said, I mean, he answered the question. He has hundreds of hours of watching film on these guys to make a educated opinion. But these other guys, a lot of other guys, they get to vote for the Heisman. Dude, that's a huge, huge award. It's the most prestigious award of all in college football, to me, besides the national championship. Maybe the Dick Butkus Award. I like that one. That shows what's out some of your toughest guys. So, yeah, he's called out the committee to say, hey, guys, let's go back and look at this voting. It's just ridiculous what we're doing. Who's really voting on this? Are the people that actually even keep up with it at all? So, let's get back at it. Garnet and Black spring game. Vince Rattler, 8 for 10, 80 yards.
Oklahoma, back in 2020, 18 to 20 was one Shane Beamer. You talk to everybody around the league. Constant buzz about what Beamer is doing and having some programs.
His dad was a great coach.
They're doing. They love the staff. The staff he's put together is great. There's great buy-in and there's recruiting moments.
Yeah, I thought he did a great job of just coming in and changing the culture. And you look at what happened previously. One of my biggest fan, I'm a big fan of him, defensive coordinator of Georgia now. Will Muschamp. Yeah, so Will Muschamp, he was there. They went through a whole lot. And for Beamer to come in and to change the mindset of this is how we're going to do things. He installed certain things that
Spurrier was successful there.
Bridging moments with
Coach Holmes was there.
And then also going out
he was successful in South Carolina too. So
and he did offense with a lot of the pieces of the puzzle in place.
But now with Dabo winning a lot of games in that area and recruiting that area, it's a little bit harder. But you can always sell that thing, guys. Hey, we're in the SEC.
I mean, for me, being that, I went to high school in South Carolina, my family lives there, there's just a buzz around the entire state because of what he's doing down there in Columbia. Look, South Carolina has had the fan base for a very long time. The city, it's a college type town. They've had the tradition there, but they just haven't been able to retain the talent in the state of South Carolina. And they've had stability of the coaching staff. And then you get Beamer in, there's the excitement, you see him crying in his interviews. I think he has endeared himself to everything that is South Carolina. And oh, by the way, they had some big wins last year, especially that win against Florida. But we talk about Spencer Rattler a lot, but I think about the defense. Look, this is a defense that had 11 interceptions, 11 forced fumbles. They kept this team in a lot of games last year. Yep. And now, when you add a Spencer Rattler, when you have a Josh Vann, when you have a Jaheim Bell, when you have all those things on offense, it's exciting in Columbia right now.
I thought it was interesting talking to Beamer a little bit about the comparison between the way that Jalen Hurts left Alabama and the way that Spencer Rattler left Oklahoma. Both of them just were superstars. One game where maybe they didn't play their best and the guy behind them just happened to also be a superstar. But what I loved about it is that Spencer was there when Jalen Hurts came in. Kind of with his tail tucked between his legs, a guy that had been on top of the world and now transferring, trying to reset himself. And he got to observe his leadership. He got to observe what he did in that transition to win the team over, what he worked on, his attitude on a daily basis. So Spencer Rattler is in a familiar situation with Shane Beamer, the tight end at Austin Stockton this game, and he's seen it before. He's seen the blueprint of how Jalen Hurts came in, won the locker room over, kind of reset his career once again after a lot of highs.
And one of the things I was reading about Spencer, he said when he came in, he doesn't feel that pressure anymore because he's not nominated or talked about as being the Heisman Trophy candidate now. Now he can come in and put in the work and lead the guys the way that he's supposed to.
Playing with house money.
Yeah, playing with house money, no pressure.
Second year at South Carolina for Shane Beamer, all the offensive talent. Told you a good staff with offensive coordinator Clayton White, special teams coordinator Pete Lembo. They feel like they've got this nudge forward and want to keep it going downhill. Here's Shane Beamer taken to the podium, and Greg Sankey will introduce him. As I was reviewing my notes, it dawned on me that today's my wife's birthday here, and she's not. So I'm going to say happy birthday on the SEC Network.
Shout out, Miss Sankey.
Who doesn't have Twitter. Shane Beamer is our next coach. Shane has been at the University of South Carolina as head coach for 1 year, moving into his second year. He was there before as an assistant coach. I said this last year, Shane was always one of the people who I'd met back when he was at Mississippi State. When I see him at subsequent stops, he'd come up at games where we were at the same place at the same time and say hello. I've always appreciated that relationship. Last we saw Shane post-game, he was being knocked in the head by a 5-gallon tub of Duke's mayo. And that's a reward for a successful first season, improving the Gamecocks from the previous year when they went 2-8 to a 7-6 campaign, and a win over North Carolina in the Duke's Mayo Bowl, producing the dunking and the knock in the head. He tied the school record in South Carolina for wins by a first-year head coach and surpassed the win total of the 2 previous seasons combined, earning him a share of the Steve Spurrier First-Year Coach of the Year Award, presented by the Football Writers Association of America. He's got 3 great kids, a wonderful wife, had the chance to meet the Leach. You've seen some of them on social media. In fact, I was disappointed he did not walk in with today's sunglasses, if you've seen Twitter in the video. So he's without the sunglasses today. But his son Hunter apparently evaluates his social media performances and his coaching performances via Twitter. So awesome family. Great to have Shane in the league. Great to have him smile after experiencing the Duke's Mayo bath. University of South Carolina head football coach Shane Beamer.
Thank you for that introduction. I told Commissioner Sankey I was disappointed that we didn't have Soulja Boy as a walk-up song when I came up here as well. Thanks for that great reminder.
Go check out Shane Beamer's Twitter. He does a video, does a little rap song. And it's pretty cool.
Second year as the head football coach at the University of South Carolina. It's great to be back in Atlanta. I started my coaching career here as a graduate assistant at Georgia Tech and literally flew over my old apartment as we came into town today. So certainly have come a long way since then, and excited to be here at the College Football Hall of Fame. This is a venue that my family and I love to visit. So if you haven't had an opportunity, people that are watching, to visit this awesome venue, please do. It's a great reminder of what makes college football so special, somewhere that we love to come. And it's pretty cool to be down here on the main floor and to know that there's a Hall of Fame exhibit of my father literally 1 floor up right there that I was just looking at as we came down. So certainly no pressure from that standpoint as well. Nothing like being here at Media Day, nothing like being in the SEC, the premier conference in the nation. I was here last year on day 1. I had a great time. Left. I think I was it was a Thursday. I was at an Atlanta Braves game with my family. driving back after the game when the news broke about the University of Texas and the University of Oklahoma joining this conference. So certainly that was an eventful week, but that's just another statement about how attractive this league is and the teams and the universities that want to be a part of this conference. Players want to play in this league. You see that in recruiting, and coaches certainly want to coach in this league as well. Thankful for Commissioner Sankey and his leadership. As he mentioned, he's somebody that I've had a lot of respect for a long time, but even more so now after being in this conference for a year. Thankful for his leadership in 2020, not just in this conference. I was in the Big 12 at the time, but his leadership across college football that allowed us to have a season and in 2020. And there's a lot of uncertainty right now in college athletics. It's unprecedented, some of the things that are going on. But I know one thing, I'm glad he's leading us. I'm glad he's leading this conference. He's a tremendous leader as well. And then thanks for all you guys do to promote this game and the sacrifices you make as well, time away from your family also. Excited about the three guys that we have here today, Javon Gwynn, Zach Pickens, and Decarrion Joyner. Great examples of our program and what we want this place to be about. Two of the three, Decarrion and Javon, are graduates of the University of South Carolina. Zach will graduate in December, so they're handling their business off the field as well. All three are young men that did not have to come back. They chose to come back for another year at South Carolina. Especially Zach, could have been a high draft pick, chose to come back because they had goals that they hadn't accomplished yet as individuals. But more importantly, they were not satisfied with just winning seven games last season at Carolina. They're tough, they're dependable, they're competitive. Everything that we want this program to be about. Tried to recruit Decarrion when I was at the University of Georgia. Didn't get him, thankfully. Tried to recruit Zach Pickens when I was at Georgia and Oklahoma at T.L. Hanna High School in South Carolina, and didn't get him. Thankful that we didn't. Fired up for the upcoming season. Decarrion is so valuable to our program in so many ways, as a quarterback, as a wide receiver, on special teams. Just so unselfish. Was the MVP of our bowl game, as many of you know. What a great day for him. Showed that he could play quarterback in that game. Obviously, I was looking at it before I came over. Just some of the awards that he's won at South Carolina that were voted on by coaches since he's been here. Unselfish teammate, strength and conditioning award, highest GPA, spring special teams player of the year, spring offensive player of the year. And then coming out of high school, he was Mr. Football in the state of South Carolina. Zach Pickens, very much the same story. A guy that was the number one player in South Carolina coming out of T.L. Hanna High School, was Mr. Football in the state. Two great examples as we continue to build this program of what has to happen, and that's keeping the best players in the state of South Carolina at home. We did that when I was at South Carolina as an assistant coach with so many names that are stars of South Carolina football and Hall of Famers, and we'll continue to need to do that going forward as well. Zach and Decarrion are two guys that did that. Zach, like I said, could have been a high draft pick if he had chose to come back. He didn't. He came back to us, which we're thankful for. And if anything, he's gotten better. He was voted on by our coaching staff at the end of spring practice as our most outstanding player on defense. And then Javon Gwynn, you talk about durable and dependable. That's Javon Gwynn. 34 consecutive starts on the offensive line for us. He was voted a captain last year as a junior. To me, there's no greater honor as a teammate than to be voted a captain, and he was voted a captain as a junior last year as well. Been on the SEC academic honor roll all 4 years that he's been at Carolina, and a highly decorated high school prospect out of Charlotte, North Carolina, which is a strong recruiting base for us, as you guys know. Really like this 2022 group that we have. I love being their coach. I love coaching this team. The work ethic, the maturity, the hunger to improve has been evident since January when we came back after the bowl win. We made great strides last season, going from 2 wins to 7 wins. And a challenge for us is making sure our guys understand that going from 7 to the next step, the next level, is going to take even more work. And everything that I've seen from our guys since they came back shows me that they understand that. Last year I stood up here and there wasn't a single person in here that was talking about South Carolina football other than maybe our beat writers. No one was talking about any of the individuals on our football team across the country last year. I think the most noise we made at SEC Media Days last year was when we reenacted the Coach Spurrier Arby's picture on the way back to the airport. But there was very little talk about our football team. That's different this year. People are talking about us nationally, which is what we want. We have high expectations at South Carolina. People are talking about our players as individuals more nationally than what they were last year. There's more buzz about this program right now. And the key for us, the challenge for us, will be being mature enough to handle that the right way as a football team and understand the work ethic that it's going to take to get back to what we did last season, and understanding that the reason that we had a lot of success that we did last year was how close or how connected we became as a team. Offensively, not going to go through every position. You guys, I'm sure, will ask me about it, but got a lot of personnel back. Certainly have to be more consistent than what we were last year. We've got some impact freshmen coming in, and obviously some impact transfers that are joining our program as well. Excited about some additions to our coaching staff. Jody Wright coming in from the NFL to coach tight ends. We've hired Freddie Kitchens, obviously a name throughout the SEC that everyone knows, to come in as a senior analyst. Excited about what they'll bring to our staff, along with the returning coaches. Marcus Satterfield, our offensive coordinator, fired up for what we'll be able to do as an offensive staff in year 2, and the people around Marcus as well. That's a group. There's no egos in that room, and everyone's working together to be the best offense we can be. Defensively, made some great improvements last year under Clayton White. Statistically, we've added Sterling Lucas, a new defensive ends outside linebackers coach from the NFL as well. Sterling's done a great job. We lost a lot of really great players off our defense last year, but especially some great leaders on our defense last year. J.J. Nagbari was a captain. Jalen Foster for us last year was a captain. So it'll be a challenge for us to replace them on the field with the leadership off of that as well. Pete Limbo and our special teams unit made some great strides last season as well. We have to replace the all-time leading scorer at South Carolina and Parker White, which will not be easy, but fortunate that we returned Kai Kroger, our punter, and the rest of the key specialists as well. A lot of great things happening off the field for us as well. I talked about the 3 guys that we have here today, and they're all either have graduated or on track to graduate. Right now, it's a football program. We have the 3rd highest graduation success rate in all the SEC. We've got 22 players on our team that will play this season as graduates of the University of South Carolina. And then assuming we're at a bowl game in December, we'll have 9 more guys that will graduate in December. So if you're watching us play a bowl game in December or hopefully January, we'll have 31 players on our team that will have already graduated from the University of South Carolina. 25 of our guys made the Dean's List last year. Recruiting-wise, going well for us right now. A lot of excitement when recruits and their families visit campus. The words that come up all the time are real and genuine when they talk about our coaching staff and the players in our program, which it's easy to be real and genuine when you're recruiting to such a fantastic place like we are at the University of South Carolina. Awesome academics, capital city in a fantastic state, the greatest fans in all of America, our facilities. The Long football operations facility is second to none. Our staff that we have at Carolina, other championship sports like Dawn Staley and our women's basketball program. We've shown that you can win championships at South Carolina, and we will continue to at the University of South Carolina. And in closing, so excited about the future. Like I mentioned, there's so much local but also national attention about our program right now, which I'm excited for our players to be able to experience that. People want to be a part of what we're doing. It was announced last week that ESPNU is going to be focusing on us with their All Access series in the month of August and September. Welcome Home. South Carolina football will air on ESPNU and other ESPN networks next month. That'll be a great experience for our players, great way to showcase our program as well. And thankful that they chose us. It wasn't something that we outwardly tried to do. They came to us because of what we're doing in this program as well. I spoke to so many sold-out Gamecock Club events in the month of May and June across the state of South Carolina as well. Seems like everyone that I went to, more than one person came up to me and told me they've never been more excited about South Carolina football. Our season ticket renewal rate is the highest that it's been in over 10 years. The improvements that we've made to our stadium, Williams-Brice Stadium was already one of, if not the toughest venue to play in all of college football. It'll be even more exciting and electric this season because of the improvements we've made to the stadium. But at the end of the day, it's all about the people that we have in our program. We got some special people in our program, players, coaches, and staff. So grateful and blessed to be the head football coach here in South Carolina
and we are just getting started with what we're doing. So with that, I hope I kept it under 17 minutes. I heard that was the rate today so far that I needed to keep it under. Hopefully I did, and with that, I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Coach. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Aaliyah, Bailey, or Kiera will get you a microphone. We're going to start over here to our right, Coach, on the second row. If you can, please stand, give your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Coach Trey Wallace out here. Hey, going back to last year, you had said Nolan coming off, and you were trying to put him at the quarterback position because of depth. How much better is it this year compared to what you guys have compared to last year? How much is it a relief for the coaching staff and everyone?
Yeah, when I stood up here last year, I certainly didn't anticipate a month later having our graduate assistant be our starting quarterback, and I certainly didn't envision starting 4 different quarterbacks throughout the season like we did last year because of injuries. It certainly makes a difference. I think if anything, it's just the experience and the depth that we now have in that room compared to last year. Going into last season, Luke Doty was our starting quarterback, and he'd only been on campus for a year. I think he started 3 games in 2020, so he didn't have a lot of experience. Now you got a guy like Spencer that's played a lot of football, has won a conference championship at Oklahoma, and then you add guys like Luke, who have now are a year older as well, along with some impact freshmen and that we brought in. It's a different quarterback room, and it's certainly we have a lot of work to do, but it certainly, as a coach, makes you feel better about the situation going into the season.
We're going to go in the aisle right in front of you, 4 rows back.
Hey, Coach. Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports. Hate to ask you another question about Spencer Rattler, but obviously he's the highest rated quarterback this program has ever signed. How much pressure this season is on his shoulders to really make this offense flourish?
I don't know if there's pressure. I would say this, Brad, people forget Spencer Rattler is the starting quarterback at Oklahoma. He had some pretty high amount of pressure replacing a guy by the name of Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, and Jalen Hurts. And then what does he do in his first 2 conference games at Oklahoma as a starting quarterback? We, not him, we lose to Kansas State at home. Then we lose to Iowa State on the road. So he's replacing all these guys, had a lot of pressure going into that season, started out 0-2 in the conference, never flinched. And then the narrative I know was he got benched last year in the Texas game. Well, he got sat down the year before, too, and then came back in the second half, played his butt off. We beat Texas in 4 overtimes, and he never lost a game as a starting quarterback again, and still hasn't as a starting quarterback. So I don't worry about Spencer. There may be some outside pressure with him. He's been through the fire before. I saw firsthand how he handled it when he was at Oklahoma and started out 0-2, never flinched, and continued to get better. There'll be some ups. There'll certainly be some downs, I'm sure, this season, but have no worries about him from that standpoint, being able to handle it. And with Spencer, we've got to be great around Spencer, players and coaches, and play well and help him. And then with Spencer, nobody's asking him to go out there and be Superman. Just go be you, and confident that he will.
We'll go straight in front of me, 5 rows back on the near aisle.
Rudy Arman, WCZ and Radio, Huntsville, Alabama coach. I wanted to ask you, last year you talked about culture and being able to, put your stamp on the program. You were very aggressive in the transfer portal. You got Spencer Rattler, Austin Stogner, Juice Wells, and then Devontae Reed. How do you bring these guys in and fit them in with your returnees in order to try to take the next step in the program and go from maybe 7-6 to 9-3 or better?
Yeah, great question, great point. I think that's a challenge that every coach in the country is dealing with right now with the transfer portal is bringing new guys into the program and acclimating them to your program as quick as possible. And kind of like I mentioned earlier, we were a really, really, really close-knit team last year. We started out 2-2, and then we never lost 2 games in a row after that. If we lost a game, we were resilient and always came right back. And that was because of how close and connected that team was. So we'll have to do that again this year. We're very intentional about that, building a team and do as much as we can as a team from January up until the start of the season, and really throughout the season to continue to build that closeness. And last year, some of these transfers we were bringing in, I thought were pretty good players, but I don't know how many of you really knew who Carlins Patel from Assumption College was, or Jason Brown, or whoever. This year we've got obviously some impact guys, named guys, but the way that we handle things and how intentional we are about building a team doesn't change.
Coach, we're here over here to the right side.
Hey, Coach, Joe Machika here with Gamecock Central. So obviously we're talking about transfer players. You grab a lot of guys from the portal. How do you go about balancing a recruiting class with guys from the portal and guys coming in from high school?
Yeah, we always want to start with high school recruiting. There's great high school players and programs in the state of South Carolina. We're surrounded by so many great players. You know, if you look at the history of South Carolina football and the great players that we've been able to bring from the state of Florida, or guys like Melvin Ingram that came from North Carolina, or guys like Connor Shaw that came from here in Georgia. So we're surrounded by some great high school football. So we'll always start with high school recruiting. But certainly you want to be able to build a competitive roster year in, year out. And when there's a December signing period, and as we go into December, you kind of have a pretty good idea of who you're going to sign in December, and you realize, okay, if we need to sign 2 running backs, for example, which we needed to last year in high school recruiting, and we didn't, well, now we need to look to the portal, which is what we did, bringing in Christian Beal-Smith and Lavoisier Carroll. So I think every year is different. If we could sign 25 guys from the high school ranks a year, we would. That's not always going to be feasible to win football games in the SEC, though.
We're going to stay in that same section, about 4 rows back over to our right, Coach.
Connor Garrett, Saturday Down South. I heard you mention before about how you recruited to Carrion when you were at Georgia, and I imagine you had to have another conversation, kind of recruiting him again when you arrived at South Carolina. What were those 2 conversations like?
Yeah, great question, Connor. Yeah, I remember going into Fort Dorchester. I mean, obviously what the Carrion did in high school speaks for itself, and I was at Georgia at the time, and Jim Chaney was our offensive coordinator, and you know, part of me is I may have my years mixed up. I want to say that was the year that Justin Fields came out. I think I may be a year off, but we were going back and forth on whether we were going to take 2 quarterbacks that year at at Georgia or not. And the Carrion was somebody that we really liked and made multiple trips to Charleston. And he showed that throughout the year. He showed that with what he did in the bowl game. So he wants what's best for South Carolina football, but proud to carry on because he's shown that he is an outstanding quarterback. He's shown that he's an outstanding receiver. He's an outstanding special teams player. Just an outstanding leader in person, and I'm glad he's on our team.
Coach, we're going to go in front of me. He's about halfway back on this near out.
Good afternoon. I'm Kobe with Bulldog Illustrated. You're clearly a youthful coaching personality, and I just wanted to know how you use that to promote a fun culture on your team. And a follow-up question, I just wanted to know what went into the planning and execution of the Soldier Boy video.
Appreciate you saying I'm youthful. I don't always feel youthful, but I like feeling that way. Appreciate you saying that. No, I think so. It's one that we got a lot of great things going on in our program. We got some great people in our program. And don't get me wrong, I mean, we work really hard, and it's not easy being a football player out South Carolina. It's very demanding, and you're held accountable for everything that you do on and off the field. But there's also got to be some joy with what you do. This game's hard enough, and we want our guys to have fun, and I want this to be a program that when our players wake up each morning, they look forward to coming into our football facility each day. And I don't know if that was always the case before I got there. They do now. And anytime we get the opportunities to showcase our program, we want to. That came together very quickly. Justin King, who heads up everything for us, for our social media and creative design, is the best in the world at what he does. And I learned a long time ago, like, I don't need to, when he tells me he has an idea, I don't need to ask what it is. I just tell him, what time do you want me there, and what do I need to do? So that's what it was this morning. I knew it was big because normally he'll just text me or call me. He actually picked me up in the car because he wanted to present the idea to me, and walked in, changed clothes, knocked it out in 3 takes, and had a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun doing it as well. So I was a little bit taken aback because one of our players thought I needed to hear the song so I would know what the song was and what the words were. I'm not that old. I know who Soldier Boy is, and I know some of the words to that song. So it was an easy ask.
We have time for a few more. We'll start over here on our right.
There, Coach. I got you. All right. All right. Hey, Coach. Well, he's had his hand up for a while, just making sure we don't forget him. I'm coming to you. I got you.
Okay, I'm Richardson from OrangeBloods.com. Coach, obviously you spent some time in the Big 12, but Texas and OU will be joining the SEC, so we'd like to get your thoughts on those two programs. And I know you recruit a lot in the Southeast, but with having Texas come in, could that potentially open up some avenues for you guys to recruit in that state of Texas?
Yeah, it's great to see. I see you. I see Kurt Bowles here, guys that when I was in the Big 12 that I certainly followed for Big 12 news. So welcome to SEC Media Days as well, and looking forward to working with you. Absolutely. Spent time 3 years at Oklahoma and know the talent out there as well. Understand the dynamics of those programs, and the world is a lot smaller nowadays because of social media. We've got some coaches on our staff besides me that have ties out there. Our offensive coordinator spent time at Baylor with Matt Rule. Justin Stepp, who was our wide receivers coach, coached at Arkansas and SMU. I think his wife is a Texas grad, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got a lot of people with ties out there. We actually signed 2 players from the state of Texas in this year's recruiting class, Peyton Williams and Landon Sampson. They're South Lake Carroll. So that'll continue to be an area that we can open up because of those schools being in the SEC. There's a direct flight from Dallas into Columbia, South Carolina that recruits can certainly get on, and we'll go with their players. We'll always start in South Carolina, but because of some of the things that we're doing on social media and here at our program, there's a lot of buzz and excitement about South Carolina football. I mean, I can't tell you how many text messages I have on my phone right now about that video this morning from whether it be former players like Stephon Gilmore or recruits in the 2023 and 2024 class that, are commenting on it. So there's a lot of great things going on in Carolina, and there's a lot of people that want to be a part of that.
All right, we're going to take one over here, and then we'll finish on our left, but straight ahead and the right.
Hey, Coach, Drew Barrett, ESPN Arkansas. Unfortunately, with the way that college sports is, you have to bring up NIL. And earlier today, Nick Saban threw out fair, balance, haves and have-nots. Where do you actually see the fairness of college football, and how well is South Carolina set up to be a have and not a have-not?
I think South Carolina is set up as well as anybody in the country, to be honest with you, from a name, image, and likeness standpoint. We're in the capital city of South Carolina. We're the only show in town. We don't compete with other pro sports in our state at the high level. And South Carolina, the fan base, it's evident how powerful it is. And you look at what our players have done. A lot of these guys that are here today to carry on, Zach Pickens, Javon, have been able to capitalize on their name, image, and likeness and utilize it the right way, the way that the law was intended when it was implemented, for sure, that those guys have been able to. You look at other student athletes at our university, like Aaliyah Boston on our basketball team, and what she's been able to do from a name, image, and likeness standpoint. So I tell recruits this all the time, and it's not recruiting speak. When you talk about being well-positioned for name, image, and likeness opportunities, I have a hard time finding somebody that's in a better situation than we are.
Pick one final question here on the second row.
Hey Shane, Jordan Hill with Dogs 247. As a former tight ends coach, I just want to ask, what are your impressions of Georgia's tight ends coming this year? Brock Bowers, Eric Gilbert, Oscar Dell, Darnell Washington.
Yeah, talented, deep, for sure. They've, I was there with Jed Blazevich and Jackson Harris and Isaac Nada and Charlie Warner, and that was a deep and talented group that all contributed to that 2017 SEC championship team. But you've got different skill sets with those guys right now as well. I remember watching Brock Bowers' tape when I was at Oklahoma the first time. I think it was from like a 707 camp or something like that he went to, and just some of the catches that he made in that. He's previously talented. They complement each other well, and got a deep skill set. So they'll be a challenge, and you're right. I'm a tight end guy. I love utilizing the tight end. Feel like we got some pretty special ones on our team right now too, with Austin Stogner, who when he got hurt at Oklahoma in 2020, was playing as well as any tight end in the country, in my opinion. Jaheim Bell returns for us. Travion Kenyon. We've added Nate Atkins to that group as well. So I like our group as well, and certainly Georgia's will be a challenge for any defense that they go up against this year as well.
Coach.
terms for us. Travion Kenyon, we've added Nate Atkins to that group as well. So I like our group as well. And certainly Georgia's will be a challenge for any defense that they go up against this year as well.
Coach, thank you for your time this afternoon.
Okay, thank you guys so much, ladies, and have a great week. Go Gamecocks.
All right.
It's always what a SEC coach wants to do is answer a question about an in-division rival's position group. Listen, Shane Beamer, there's a lot to like about him. The first part of his talk was very much the program message, the recruiting message. One thing I want to ask you guys about is his point of saying, we were here a year ago, there was little talk about us at all. That is very different, but the challenge now is to be mature about it. How do you handle the fact that people are talking about you?
I think you still continue to do things the same way. You don't try to do things, okay, we won some games last year. We got everybody's attention. But let's not reinvent the wheel. Continue to come in and work. Let's continue to do the little things that becomes a habit. And then let's accentuate what we already have. Spencer Rattler, he's in at quarterback. The little things like that. Christian Bill Smith, the running back that transferred from Wake Forest. Jaheim Bell, the tight end. So when you add all of that together and you consistently go about your work and say we need to get better a little bit every day, not a lot, but a little bit every day.
Football team, the James Franklin came and took over. They won 2 games the year prior. Shane Beamer took his team from 2 wins to 7. When I was at Vandy, we went from 2 wins to 6 in a bowl game. And we had to realize, okay, we got to a point where we're competitive. There's people talking a little bit. That's not our goal. Our goal is not to be a 6-win, 7-win team. So I think that's what Shane is reiterating to his team, that your goal is not to just be a good football team. If you are, why are you playing football? Why are you playing college football? Why are you a competitive athlete? You want to be the best, right? So instilling those values and that standard continually to make that jump. Because he made the point, 2 to 7 is tough. 7 to 9 or 7 to 10 is even harder. They were close last year. A couple of the pieces they put together, I think, give them a shot.
Yeah, you got to continue to cultivate relationships. And one thing that stood out from that speech was the way he highlighted, he honored his players. He spent a good 5-10 minutes talking about the gentlemen who came with him, talking about their accolades, and highlighting them. I think that goes a long way on his team, but also when it comes to recruiting. But when it comes to recruiting and transfers, think about the transfers that he has because of relationships in the recruiting process years ago. And so it's relationships with recruits. It's relationships with the fan base. It's relationships with the front office and with those who will be pouring into this program. You can't forget those things when you get those big wins against Florida and Auburn.
Any major takeaways from today? Obviously, Saban's always the headline grabber in terms of getting the attention. Had a great visit with Clark Lee. Just wrapped up Shane Beamer. Mike Leach was up there putting on an epic performance that was lengthy. Any big takeaway from today?
I think Mike Leach, he made me realize that I am in the closet and I need to come out because I haven't seen Stranger Things.
You're not seeing that.
I just started actually.
Okay, episode 2. You need to catch up.
I haven't seen any of those things.
Well,
I heard about Yellowstone.
We're gonna have the head hog.
I got 7 kids, bro. I was changing diapers this morning before I got on set.
We've got Sam Pittman in Arkansas tomorrow. We have the national champions, Georgia tomorrow. Florida and Billy Napier, his first SEC Media Days up there. And Kentucky and Mark Stoops will be up there. Paul Feinbaum is coming your way in moments.
Paul Feinbaum.
Day 2 of Talking Season is here.
Wall-to-wall coverage on SEC Network all day long.
Okay, so opening statements. Well, I hate opening statements.
The key when you're talking to people that intimidate you or situations that today you had to visualize them making or something.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Any questions? There was a lightning strike, thunder rolling, and a heavy rain. I feel like I'm in the middle of a Garth Brooks song. I'm happy to see each and every one of those guys do extremely well. Not extremely well against Alabama, but extremely well. Having spent 3 years with Brian Kelly, what is it about him that makes him successful? Well, he's a great dancer.
I'm feeling that young players who are looking at that on social media and being like, that guy looks like a whole lot of fun.
That was disappointed that we didn't have Soldier Boy song.
I really got this team upset in Georgia.
Who's in the truck right now? In this state, they're saving it.
Trash is easy. It's sweeping the floor, running the vacuum, sledging the refrigerator. These international criminals that try to buy a submarine from Pablo Escobar.
Let me see the hammer right here. This is a real, oh man, feel this thing. right there. That's a heavy hitter.
Vanderbilt plays at the University of Hawaii. Just the commissioners know I'm going to be making that trip using my frequent flyer miles. Make sure that you get the invite to Luau in Hawaii. I'm the leader of an organization, but I'm not the leader when I'm on vacation.
I'm fine, man. Kind of wraps it up for today. You want to tune in and going over there at SEC Network. Tune in to Find Bam. Guys, we appreciate you tuning in here with me today. It's kind of the end of the day there with Shane Beamer. Again, we thank you for stopping by here on the Matt and Todd Show. Best sports show going on YouTube today, baby. Find us on Spotify, Applecast, Instagram, Facebook. And again, hey, Primetime Sports Network, get all your SEC news right here. There ain't no doubt about it. Y'all keep your heads clear and your hearts full of God, and we will see you guys back in the morning, 8 o'clock. Don't forget it. Hit the subscribe button. Hit that little bell over on the side. Get notified when Big Matt Diamondine is on the air. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a great day. Day 2, SEC Media Day is done, and we are out.